Alrighty, it's time for Emilie chat. This, normally I try to do like a Q&A stream for this kind of thing, but realistically, this stream is just going to be me talking about Emilie for most of it and ignoring the chat. Sorry. I will try to answer questions, to be clear, as they pop up, as I am discussing things, but Emilie has a lot of things I want to discuss with her, because I think she's a weird character, which I think, I think I titled this character that she's weird, but probably in a good way. Like, she should be good. It should not be hard to make use of this character. It is the general take. I think most of the ways that people will usually end up using Emilie, though, are kind of simple. Like most of the ways that people will end up actually using Emilie will not be like utilizing her for a reaction engine, and that's, I think, where most of the interesting things lie with her, is how much can she be used to do things other than just you slot her into like teams that are doing like it's basically doing mono pyro things, but then like that's the main intended way to just easily use her and get value out of her, right? It's like do this literal team, right? Do Kazuha, Bennett, Arlecchino, but then throw in Emilie instead of Candace here, and bam, you got a pretty decent team. Right? Like, but there should be some nuance in using her, that she should be useful for things, because even though she's like not a good Dendro flyer, she still has like very, very simple good uptime, has flexibility with replacing her turret position for constantly having Dendro application going. Single target Dendro, well, mostly single target Dendro application. There's a lot of weird, sneaky nuance in Emilie's kit, basically, that I appreciate. I think she's a really, really, really interesting character to think about. But yeah, hello everyone joining the stream. My dashboard isn't yet updated, so it says I have 3 views. I think there's more than 3 people here, though. But yeah, so we're going to talk about all this. Really quickly, I do suggest to get some differing perspectives, honestly, on Emilie. Like, if you want a more... generally speaking, I agree with his take. I watched Zajeff's Emilie pre-release video, this one right here, and a great thumbnail, by the way, but you know, I don't agree with everything he said, and he missed some things that I will be discussing that are important. I think the most notable specific thing that you might say is minor in some ways, but I think is a pretty big deal, but I'm also saying this is someone who likes doing silly things with trying to maximize, you know, the unoptimal situations, right? Using healer characters as DPS or whatever, right? Emilie enables Mars to say hunters if you don't have a shielder. So, like that's a pretty big deal. Like Farina, not that. Farina enables Mars to say hunters. That's one of the like sneaky, really big buffs that Farina can like indirectly give. In conjunction with her damage bonus, she enables your on-fielder to have free crit rate. That's insanely strong. As far as I recall, Zajeff did not mention this at all, and that's like pretty bad. Like you can already do burning virgin shenanigans and enable Martial Sounders. I did it literally when it came out last year with Kokomi, right? And it's super fun. It's a strong thing you can do, but the danger with burning and virgin without Emilie is that you can take a lot of burning damage. Like I did a virgin Arlecchino video, right? Let's go configure Arlecchino for burning here. Well, I'll just do this by putting Nahida in, right? Let's go fight a local legend glitch just to demonstrate the self damage. Actually, no, we'll just it doesn't have to be a local legend, but just has to be someone I can give a hug to. So, are you insane for doing Masu chest, Yanfei? What is Masu chest? Is Emilie restricted only Pyro and Dendro like Neelu or Shivers? No. And that's a big part of what I think makes her much more well-designed. Like, how most people will end up using her is kind of in that vein. But one, notably, you can put anima units in the team, which is pretty important. At a baseline. But then more importantly, while there is like downsides to bringing like Hydro or Electro units to Emilie teams, like it will affect Emilie's damage output, it can diversify the way you're dealing damage in different ways to potentially make up for it, and make for interesting, fun team combinations, right? She has some versatility, but anyways, let's get some burning going here. Right, so like, you can see how fast, well, not that big instance, but you saw, oh my god, you saw how fast it was ticking down there, right? I mean, hopefully you saw there before I got nuked by him. That ticking down, like, that can, especially on enemies like Arlecchino, where she likes to hug things, and she can die fast when hugging and burning is happening. Emilie reduces burning damage by, well, okay, it's not by 85%, I think it's more like 75%, but it's a very, very significant reduction in the burning damage you take for the whole team. That means you're still getting the minor tick down of damage, but you have much more survivability, right? And like, I think Emilie, in conjunction with Arlecchino's own damage reduction, her 20% damage reduction here, if she has 3k attack, actually, I think, specifically. Yeah, she has to have 3k attack. Then, wow, congrats. You, I had a stroke. You can use martial states, right? And not really worry about the self-damage. Like that's the main issue with Burgeon Arlecchino, is that self-damage more than anything. It can work. It just is like a little bit inconsistent in various ways, and it's very fragile to a degree that like it's not really worth recommending to most people. It's not compellingly better than Arlecchino's numerous other team options she has, basically. And it's probably, like, Burgeon Arlecchino with Emilie including the team is not necessarily going to be that much better, to be clear. But I think you'll be able to do something like, I don't know, Arlecchino, Emilie, I don't know, you do Emilie, I think you'd probably want to do a second Dendro unit. You'd probably want to do Nahida to be able to get consistent Burgeons. I don't know. I'm going to have to mess with it, right? Burgeon Emilie is up in the air. Like, Burgeon Emilie could be more compelling if it works better than I think it will, with Emilie as a solo Dendro, because then I can do things like Arlecchino, Bennett, a Hydra unit, Emilie as the solo Dendro. I suspect you're either going to need to do a mix of double Hydra or double Dendro, though, for Burgeon Emilie comps to work, and that can reduce the potential damage you can get from Emilie because of not triggering her passive as much. Point is, Emilie has a lot of nuance. It's not as simple as just like, ah, yes, Burgeon should really work. It's very up in the air. Go watch the Zajef video. He outlines some of these issues pretty concisely. I'm going to be rambling off on tangents on specific things for a while that Zajef probably didn't mention. I wanted to mention the Marshall Hunters thing quick, though, because I think it's one of the compelling and valuable things about her. It is like an Arlecchino that can use Marshall Hunters is gross. right, like it might, like, an Arlecchino with Emilie and Marshall Hunters might make Staff of Homa with an invested build, to be clear, better than her signature weapon, because it's crit damage instead of crit rate. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not on the math on that, but right, because the possibility with Marshall Hunters, right, is with investability, you could do Arlecchino, a crit damage ascending character with the crit damage weapon. You could have, you know, kind of stats like I have. I have a very, 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 very good Gladiator build, but you could get these stats, but instead of a 76% crit rate, you'd have 250 crit damage, and you'd have 100% crit rate with Marshall Says instead of 70. Like that's a very big difference in the average damage performance of this build, having that extra crit rate, right? So anyways, and it makes it so you can use goofy artifacts that are very heavy in crit damage. Makes it easier to balance your stats in general, makes EM have more relative value, makes attack percent have more relative value. Like, Marshall Says is a really strong thing to be able to use. And having more characters than just Farina that can enable it to be comfortable, not because, like, you could do it before. You could use Burning and Burgeon to enable it before, but it wasn't very comfortable. Like, Kokomi was pretty comfortable to use with it because Kokomi healed in conjunction with being able to trigger the passive. But anywho's, yeah, that's a pretty significant aspect to her. Is all I can really say. I think it's not something to be undervalued, right? Like, let me see what an Arlecchino build for me would even look like with Marsussies. I would probably use this goblet instead. I don't know if I actually have the greatest. Well, no. Yeah, I have this. Never mind. That's pretty good. And then we just want, oops, we just want a whole bunch of crit damage. Well, actually, probably that, yeah. Bunch of crit damage attack. Crit rate's still good, obviously, as long as we don't overcap. And then how about this? Because, like, if we're doing, well, actually, we probably wouldn't be doing vape. I don't know. It's possible Arlecchino can vape in, like, a burgeon context, right? Like, that's what'll be interesting. Doing, like, double hydro, Emilie, Arlecchino might be able to get vapes. But, like, you don't have Bennett. So, like, it's going to be weird. I don't know. But just an example, let's try this one because it has a whack ton of EM. 2700 attack, 89 EM. That is not enough crit rate. That is not enough crit rate. So in this context, I would actually use this piece, I think. But yeah, like this is what I'm talking about, right? With Arlecchino on a Marshall build. This has more attack than my Gladiators build did. My Gladiators build had a little bit more crit rate, significantly more crit damage, and more ER. Actually, no, some of my ER is slightly inflated. It's about the same ER, I think. Yeah, 26 crit rate to 300 crit damage is a great ratio. I mean, look, it's not dysfunctional when you factor in the Marshall save stacks, right? But this is much, much better. So, anywho's, yeah, like, this set is strong. That's all. That's, I think, all I really need to say about Marshall and Emilie. But I should get into, like, the general overall kit overview. Before we get too into the weeds, like I already distracted myself with here, but let me put Arlecchino back on normal build here. And of course, you're still gonna have to burst potentially slightly more often with Arlecchino on like a Marshall build with Emilie, but the damage should be small enough that it's not like the main reason you're gonna have to burst is not because of the burning damage. Will probably be more because of just enemies smacking you, right? But burst to heal. I mean, but you might, but you know, you're taking some self damage. You'll have more potential reasons to need to use the burst to self heal than you would have had before. That's kind of all. It's not gonna be. It's not zero health drain, but it's a lot less. So, anyways, there's also a big bonus at Primos with new regions if you do exploration. Indeed. There's remember when I originally criticized the encounter points system, I was like, this is good that they added this, but it really annoyed me that there wasn't any kind of like overflow because of the fact that like you could do like when I like to explore in Genshin, I think this is the same for a lot of people. Like a new area comes out and you're just like, all right, I have a bunch of free time today. I'm gonna spend 5 hours exploring new region, and then only the first like 8 chests progress towards dailies. There's an overflow system now, but I think it doesn't actually apply for chests. I think it's only for resin. But still, the other thing I complained about was resin not contributing towards it. And I was basically like, okay, either or of these could fix this system, wherein either making it so there's an overflow system with chests, which I don't think there is. I don't think chests will stockpile points. Maybe it does. When I glanced over it, it only said resin will convert to the extra stockpiled points. But anyways, resin can count towards dailies now, some amount of dailies. I don't know exactly the conversion rate. I don't even know if they announced the conversion rate, but either way, resin contributing towards dailies now is a good thing. Crazy idea that. So anywho's, Emilie's kit, where do we even start? There really only 100 viewers. Yeah. Like, to be clear, I could have made the thumbnail better, more clickbaity. Originally I said Emilie was boring my first stream. And by the way, some of what I said before about Emilie being boring is still the same. But only on the baseline level of the baseline simplest way to like describe Emilie. She's an off-field Dendro damage dealer that for most people will not do much with Dendro reactions, and instead you just build her crit and attack, and she does off-field skill-based damage with high uptime. That is Emilie. And she wants a pyro unit paired with her to get the most damage out of her, and she ideally, for simple use, to get the most damage out of her, just wants it happening all the time. So you just do pyro, Emilie, you do Dendro and Pyro together, and you could do something like Animo to swirl your Pyro to increase your Pyro damage. And that's the simple way most people will play her, right? So, anywho's, would you like a Yolande versus Emilie take for less than 1-year-old accounts? That's interesting. So, both are valuable as off-field damage dealers. Both are pretty single target focused. I think it probably depends on how many. For the average player, I think it probably depends on how many. Like, I'm trying to make as universal recommendation as possible. To be clear, I think there's many more ways. I think Emilie's a much more interesting character. But Yolande is also a 5-star Hydro. Like, she's pretty good. But Yolande's relevance is also significantly reduced because of Farina's existence now. Like, I use her way less now that Farina exists, right? So I don't know. Like I would probably almost never use Yolande if I had a significantly invested Xingqiu, but I'm a stubborn butthole and I dislike Xingqiu's kit in a couple ways. Well, really only one way. I despise when he gets frozen. He's just awkward. Anywho's, Yolande versus Emilie would be it depends on how much you need Hydro units, I'd say, right? If you're lacking in options for Hydro units, Yolande may very well be the better option. But Emilie has easier avenues towards being a competent DPS. Like to contribute a meaningful amount of damage. Just from her own personal damage by like slapping some existing good artifacts on her potentially. Is kind of how it is. So, how do I rate Nilou? She's pretty good, but sometimes relatively situational. For a lot of accounts, the difference between her like higher investment teams and like having more 5 stars and whatever, and lower investment teams could be pretty significant. She's pretty dependent on Nahida. So like having Nahida and having Key of Kasha's suit on her is a pretty big difference, but also having like Kokomi I think is a pretty big deal for her. I really prefer using Kokomi with her over most other characters. And yeah, also yeah, as far as Emilie goes, keep in mind she's running on the second half of version 4.8. So you know that we have time to notably see what the 5.0 characters look like, and not just the 5.0 characters specifically, but also we should see the general design trend. Like we should be able to, as soon as we see basically what the artifacts are, I can bet you we can probably suss out pretty solidly what the Pyro Archon is going to be, right? I already have a guess, but we'll find out soon. Essentially, like without seeing the Pyro Archon's kit, the artifact should tell us somewhat closely what the kit is. Not guaranteed, of course. But like to be clear, like Mars' Hunters, Golden Troop didn't necessarily tell us exactly, but we had rumors before version 4.0 about Farina's kit. We already knew there was potential health drain things, and then skill damage set. Gee, I wonder what she does, right? She's probably a skill-based damage dealer. And then we had previous rumors, so we're not going to be able to necessarily see exactly what her kit is. But one of the artifact sets in 5.0 almost assuredly is very much going to be a near universal set for the Pyro Archon, most likely. Unless they F up on her design somehow. So, point is, we have time. You have time to decide if you want Emilie or not. I do wish Hoyoverse, like one of the annoying things is like Emilie will be in like the game's code in version 4.8. I wish they would do something like let you try the characters meaningfully before their banner came out in situations like this, but you know, oh well. So yeah, anyways, she's a skill-based damage dealer, and she's easy to she has paths towards having relevance. She has a number enough like crit is relevant on her, and like this might be a bit controversial. I think the fact that ER, while you don't have to build ER on her because it's like kind of a 6 of one, half a dozen the other, it's actually a good thing because the value of ER on her and being able to enable her to burst more often is if you have a bunch of ER stats, right? Instead of like crit stats that your artifacts rolled or whatever, or you have ER weapons instead of crit weapons for her, then what you end up with is a situation where your playstyle for her can change a little bit differently. But she's dealing the same like total amount of damage most likely, but I don't know, there's a lot of weird nuance to her burst when it comes to like evaluating the value of ER on her. I don't know, it's weird. I think most players though, the easy path as far as like building Emilie goes, just crit and attack percent on 4P's Deepwood, right? But don't ignore that like ER might be valuable, right? It might like choosing this piece for me versus this piece for me might be a matter of how relevant the 2 extra ER rolls is, right? Yeah, artifacts like this one will be really, really good for her. She's an off-field damage dealer. There is not, Bennett does not snapshot Bennett, which basically means she does not have Bennett buff unless you're keeping her on field, right? Which means attack percent has pretty high relative value. Also means attack percent goblets are more usable on her than they would be with an on-fielder that has Bennett's buff. It's still not ideal. You would usually prefer a Dendro Goblet still. But you have a situation like I do, where you have a really good on-set goblet in particular, that can enable you to have a better off-piece. It very well might be worth using this, even if you have a really good Dendro Goblet, right? Like right now I'm in a situation where I'm pretty sure my attack percent goblet's going to be better, because I don't have a good on-set Deepwood Circlet. How much crit rate does she need? Aim for a 1-to-2 ratio. She ascends with crit damage, so, the crit rate will be the priority, I would say, generally speaking, on most people's Emilies, because of the crit damage ascension. So I don't like off-fielders that have crit damage ascension as much, personally. I would have preferred if she had crit rate ascension. It tends to make characters a bit easier to build for, in my experience. But anywho's, like, Deepwood is the simple universal choice. Her artifact set is not bad. Obviously, this burning artifact set. So if you were farming this domain for like Arlecchino, Chlorand, or whatever, but this artifact set is weird. It's interesting, particularly in that, like, with Emilie on the team, you could use this on somebody else, right? You could use this on Arlecchino with Emilie, instead of on Emilie herself. So like it's not like a worthless artifact set for her or other characters with her. It's just, it's right on the borderline wherein like this, if you don't have another Deepwood user on the team, this set on her versus Deepwood on her is basically the same. Like this is slightly better technically, I think, versus Deepwood, but not to a degree that's worth farming. Like it's basically the same. But of course, if you have another Deepwood user on the team, then this set starts to be meaningfully better for Emilie's damage, because someone else can be on Deepwood and then Emilie can be on a higher damage set. But it's like the same problem if you consider like, oh, Nahida can do a lot more damage on like 4-piece Golden Troop or whatever, right? Like, yeah, you can put Nahida on 4-piece Golden Troop and make her deal meaningful more damage, but then you got to figure out who the do I put on Deepwood then, right? And that's going to really depend on the team. There's going to be some times where you can do that, sometimes where you won't want to do that. Like on polearms only, I will probably actually do that. I will probably have Zhongli on Deepwood a lot of the time then. But Zhongli is not even like going to be super high uptime necessarily. He's going to be awkward, inconsistent uptime with Deepwood. But some amount of uptime on Deepwood and then a good burning set build on her that I already have because I was farming for Arlecchino on polearms only is probably the best thing I can do for Emilie. But for most people, if you've already, like I had already farmed, I've been farming a little bit more Deepwood on my main account because again I don't have like circlets and I just got a timepiece. That's good enough yesterday. Well, it's more than good enough. It's a very good timepiece actually. But like I had decent feathers, decent flowers options notably, and right that makes like doing a 4-piece bonus on her much more approachable. So and Gilded Dreams and Deepwood is also just a more valuable domain in general to farm because Deepwood is useful on a lot of different characters. Gilded Dreams is useful on many different characters, right? So, yada yada yada. I think Deepwood is the way to go for most players. But if you don't have much Deepwood already, like if it's between the 2 artifact domains you farm, if you don't have much Deepwood already, and for some reason like you don't need any Gilded Dreams for any reason, and you have like Arlecchino Chlorand, you can get a lot of value out of the Whimsy set, then it could make sense to farm the Burning set, right? But yeah. Anywho's, I have not actually started describing what her kit does. So I've just rambled about like artifacts, basically, that she enables you to use and others, and she herself wants to use. So, great set for defense-dependent characters is always Husk of Opulent Dreams. Yes, indeed. I didn't claim my dailies. Brain. So, alright, so yeah, let's, Emilie, you know, first, let's go, and I think I have this open still, do I? Yeah, I do. Okay, good. I did this last night, so I was prepared. We're gonna go watch this really quick, so you can get a baseline understanding, just in case anyone hasn't seen it. I'm just gonna mute this. I'll put it low volume. So yeah, when she casts her skill, right, she puts a little turret down and it stays in place. And it has a pretty wide range, but you can see it just poops some dendro on nearby. Oh, really? Why? YouTube? Why are you doing this? Why did you just rewind like a minute? Freaking YouTube. Whatever. So anyways. Yeah, she poops some dendro on nearby enemies. It's like they describe it in the stream as AoE damage. It's not AoE damage. That little like thing that goes and targets enemies is like Hyperbloom AoE. It's not really AoE unless you're grouping enemies really tightly, like, you know, theoretically Venti, pulling them to get the enemies really together could have multiple enemies hit together, or like in the moment when enemies are grouped really closely together, when like Kazuha groups them, like groups hilichurls. But it's a relatively rare situation where her single target damage from her skill is doing a lot is doing AoE damage. So basically, her skill is like kind of like Fischl, where you plop down Oz. And can I move this a little? Let's move this a little. Well, no, it's fine. You can see it. You can see it. You plop down the skill, it stays in place, and it has a pretty wide range, and it targets enemies. And from what I understand, I don't know how much footage we have here that they show here, but I think it targets the nearest enemy, not random targets within range like Yai does. Random targets within range would actually be a lot better, in my opinion, for being like a generic dendro applier in like AoE situations. She doesn't apply that much dendro because she has special ICDs. So you see when burning is happening, her turret goes from spitting one little thing out, which is a low multiplier, to having twice the multiplier damage, and it hits twice, so it's like it's 4 times the damage literally when burning is happening. To get it to do that, you only have to trigger burning once technically. But if you have Electro in the team, you'd have to re-trigger it potentially. Electro's weird, but on a simple level, right? It's a turret. It poops out some dendro. To get the full damage out of it, you want to have Pyro. You want to have Burning be triggered. She gets a lot higher multiplier-based damage from it. That's basically all the Burning incentivization is. You don't build EM on her. You don't care about the Burning damage because she gets far more damage out of building crit on her than you would building her for EM. The burning damage can be increased by other teammates, like Kazuha doing a swirl might trigger burning that will have his EM being used for the burning damage. That could be significant, but you don't build Emilie herself for burning damage, for EM, right? You just want burning happening to get the high multiplier damage. So, can we actually see where her skill is there against those 2 enemies there? Let's see where it's targeting. Yeah, I think it's only targeting the nearest one, right? Yeah, I was... Oh, wait, oh, no, it kind of seemed like... I don't know. It did... Maybe it is random. No, it must be random, because it's switched to the other ones. Okay, that's good, actually. The original footage I think we saw in, like, early leaks was that it really only targeted the nearest enemies, but that could have just been chance, or it could have been broken on the private server, right? That's why I always take leak footage with a big grain of salt. Based on that there... She is randomly targeting enemies within range, or it might have slightly more complicated target. It might not be random targeting like Yai, Yai's is completely random. It just chooses a target within the turret range and then hits one of them at the set intervals. That might be the same, or it might have a more complicated prioritization system. It's very possible. That could be a good thing, but the fact that it doesn't just do the closest enemy always is good. Yeah, you're probably right, Gildy. It's probably prioritizing what you hit last. You're probably correct. So that means there's some level of control over it, which is good. Player control is good. It's still going to be potentially awkward in some situations. There's going to be some variance because, you know, for how a lot of players play, they're not going to pay that much attention to who they're targeting. They're just going to whack. So if you're just whacking at one enemy at a time, not thinking about switching to different enemies to get it to target differently, it's going to be mostly single target focus application. But that is a methodology to be able to get more application out of her by switching the targets you are fighting. That's a good thing.
Staring into my eyes.
So,
I can't promise you'll like what you see.
well, Tane music in the background is suddenly quite loud. Is that too loud? I don't know. Let me know. Yeah. So like it. She does some skill-based damage. Her skill cooldown is 14 seconds with the 22-second duration. That means it's obviously more than 100% uptime, so that's good. Her burst, though, and of course it sits in place, right? Her burst, and this is actually a good demonstration of how far range it has, so a very big range. Her burst can be used to reset the position of it, though, in case you need to. I suspect there won't be that much need to use the burst to reset the position, but you can also just use the burst to reset the duration in order to save her, like, Oja. I don't actually remember if she's Oja or Numa, but if you care about that, which you might need it sometimes in some niche situations against specific bosses, you know, it's kind of nice that she has that utility in her, additional utility in her burst to just use her burst to extend the skill rather than using her skill to save the Oja thing. But you can absolutely just ignore this character's burst. This is an important thing in my opinion. You can absolutely just ignore this character's burst and just like use skill, right? You, unlike someone like Yai though, you will be able to like Yai, you don't normally burst every rotation because she has like a what's her cooldown, I think.
Go on. You have my
Pause this. I think it's like you think I would know this off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's like 30 seconds, 28 seconds or something. Oh, 22 seconds. My bad. It doesn't fit in a normal rotation, basically. Like you can. It depends on how well you're playing too. I have found it just doesn't line up in a way that feels good most of the time. And I found it's more just a situational, use it to like finish off an enemy type ability. Emilie's burst is a little bit more relevant than that, I would say, as far as its utility goes. But it's also weird. I'll get it more into her burst a little bit later. At a baseline, she is a skill-based damage dealer. With high uptime, you don't need to use the burst, but the burst can contribute meaningful value. And like the difference between building her to burst for most players, right? The difference between building her to burst every other rotation versus bursting every rotation in a lot of team contexts is not very different. Like it's the same damage output. The value of doing her burst is that her burst can have some like more front-loaded Dendra application, which might be more relevant in some teams, particularly if you're trying to actually use her in teams that are doing more than just burning, right? You're doing what's it called? You're doing like Burgeon, or you have Electro on the team where you might need that extra Dendra application to be able to get other reactions to be triggered, or to be able to keep up the burning even potentially. Because as soon as if you bring in like someone like Fischl, Fischl's going to override the burning aura, which can reduce Emilie's damage quite significantly. So yeah, she's, for most players, she should be a really easy character to use. You build crit and attack on her, and you should be good. And then include her with pyro characters. Like the people that will gain the most obvious value for just using her simply are people trying to play like pyro carries, whether it be your Yanfei, your Arlecchino, whatever, right? Because, you know, the idea is instead of like getting vapes on your Yanfei or your Arlecchino, right, you could do Emilie instead, and Emilie will just be providing her own off-field damage and enable things like Martial Say Hunters, unless you're using a shielder like Toma. Enable things like Martial Say Hunters, and blam, you have a good competent off-field damage dealer on top of some amount of on-field damage going on, and good diversified team damage, right? The Arlecchino Emilie combo should be pretty strong. Is it going to be better than like the Candace combo in AoE situations? Probably not, because being able to trigger vapes for like 200k in AoE multiple times in a relatively short duration is pretty significant with Emilie, with Arlecchino and Candace. But that is also a team that's much more focused on just Arlecchino's damage, and like, hey, if there's a pyro immune enemy, right? So, anywho's, Emilie's burst is basically let's go back to it. I haven't described her passive yet either. Actually, no, let's describe her passive real quick. So if you notice, when her skill is up, there's little flowers around her skill turret. It's doing those attacks, and then every 4 seconds or so, yeah, that little big flower bloom that goes around it, that's her passive triggering, which is another big instance of damage, and that is AoE Dender application. That can happen, but that specifically gets triggered based on and we don't know exactly how it counts this. So it's one of the bigger unknowns in her kit, and like particularly that's like factoring in how often that passive is going to trigger in teams that aren't just simple do pyro and Dendro together and then maybe have an animo, but like constant burning uptime teams. Constant burning uptime teams, from what we've seen, should be able to trigger her passive every 4 seconds. And it's a 600% multiplier, which is pretty big. Like it's a significant amount of damage, and it has actual AoE damage and like an application that should hit multiple enemies pretty consistently, as long as they're relatively close together. It's not like they can be super far apart or anything. I think my chat broke, by the way. I've not seen it updated at all. And yeah, the passive is good. Has potential more application utility, but also is completely dependent on having burning happening to trigger. Because she gathers scents, which is those little flowers that are spiraling around her thing, to be able to trigger it. So she has to constantly have some amount of burning happening and or being triggered to have it do the additional damage. And her burst. So the weird thing about her burst, actually, can we turn up the volume here? Because this is actually probably, we might be able to analyze this. I never actually analyzed this footage to see.
Continuously descend onto nearby enemies, dealing dendro damage. When the level 3
you can't actually hear it. Never mind. So yeah, the problem with the footage that we've seen from Emilie, because of her burst, because of her burst, right, being super dark. So what her burst does is when it's cast, it replaces her skills turret with a special level 3 version that basically does some front-loaded damage. And I'm going to talk about how it targets, because how it targets is one of the interesting nuance of it that can like increase how relevant it is in different situations. It has the potential to do a whack ton of damage, or like just a decent amount of damage, or with this other factor I'm going to mention quickly that's a pretty big unknown. This is something else the Jeff missed, and this is something I think I've seen nobody else mention, but this is an unknown that is pretty important, because it can significantly affect the relevance of using her burst, like particularly in a single target situation against a smaller enemy like this. Her bursts, the amount of like damage value, like the attack percent multipliers, which without all you need to know is the relative value difference here. Her skill, it has those 2 hits of 150%, that can happen every 1.5 seconds. So in approximately, let's go and watch her burst, right? Watch how long her burst damage is.
This case will be at the same level.
It's like your typical 2 to 3 second burst animation.
When the level 3 Lumiduce case,
it's 941, 942, 943, 944.
This case will be at the
yeah, it's like a 2 second burst animation, which means there is a potential issue because of the fact that it replaces the skill. When you, I don't know the exact behavior, because like it goes too dark. You don't see the enemy if it's getting hit or not. And we have not had any good audio or footage with audio that shows whether or not her burst, when it casts it, does it replace her skill when you cast? Because if so, there's a 2 to 3 second time frame where her burst will make her skill stop dealing damage, right? that's some multiplier loss. So it's not just a multiplier. It's not necessarily just a net gain of like 1,000% multiplier. It's potentially only like 600%, because like it has basically a minimum value of like at level 10 of like 1,200% multiplier. But if it causes you to miss 4 hits from your skill during the burst animation, that's 600% multiplier that you lose from your skill. So that means you're only gaining 600%. And and if you're like building extra ER on her to be able to burst every rotation for an extra 600% motion value, like that's not worth it, basically. Is what it is. And this is something that's pretty important in trying to evaluate the relevance of ER on her. But the actual damage value her burst can provide can be much more than that, right? The 600% is from the baseline of it should basically always do around like 1,200% at max level, minus 600% from her skill, assuming it replaces her skill on cast, but isn't dealing damage for several seconds, right? Which is, I think, is what they're doing, because like she creates the level 3 turret at the start of the animation, right? So I think it doesn't deal, I think she doesn't do any skill damage during the animation. So you are losing damage during the burst animation. So it's not actually as much of a net gain as I've seen other content creators factor in, is my impression. But I haven't seen that many people do full like multiplier breakdowns. But like I know Zajev for a fact said, like he said for a fact that it should provide you 1,200% multiplier value, and he didn't mention the fact that you're losing multiplier value from the skill when using the burst. And how much in practice you will lose from the skill is going to be anywhere from 300%, if I'm right, based on the fact that her animation, right, she creates the level 3 right there, it's in front of her hand, but it's not doing any damage there until the animation is done. So you're losing, from what I'm guessing, you're losing anywhere from 300% to 600%, depending on the exact timing of when you cast the burst relative to when the last skill hits happened. And that means in this situation, because of the fact that basically the way her burst works is it has up to 10 total hits that it does within a pretty big range, but it only has 3 hits that target enemies. So that minimum value is basically at the 400% multiplier value times 3. That's where like the 1,200% comes from. But it has random things that drop around. See, you can see like ones that hit to the left and hit behind the character in the footage there. It has random drops around you, the ones that don't target. So it has 10 total instances of hits, but a lot of them are random, right? Only 3 are targeted. And that means that in situations where like you don't group enemies around you, you could potentially get more damage value out of her burst. Like her burst value increases in AoE situations, basically. Or there is the possibility of enemies that are just bigger, right? Like a boss, like if you're talking like the Geo Vishap or something, right? Like this dude, if you watch where her burst targets, this dude gets hit a few times. That one to the left there, and then there's, I think, another one that doesn't hurt. Yeah, another one that targets like just to the right of him. That was one that didn't auto-target, and that was just a random drop. And if he was a bigger enemy, those 2 hits, the one that went to like the left and the right, probably would have hit him, right? And that changes the relative damage value of her burst. It's weird and inconsistent. This makes it interesting to think about, notably in that like it has higher value in some situations, like depending on how fat is the enemy. If you're fighting a big old Geo Vishap, is stronger because like the random targeting will probably hit more. You'll probably closer to like a 2,000% motion value at minimum against a big enemy, even in single target. But against a single target situation like this with a smaller enemy, it's only giving you 1,200% minus the damage that's potentially lost from the skill not dealing damage during the animation. So like it's weird. It's weird basically, and this is not something I've seen anyone else describe. In like trying to factor in the relevance of building ER on her. In this situation, I don't think it's worth bursting every rotation at all on her, because like it's only providing 600% motion value. Like when you factor in are potentially only doing 600%. I might be wrong. It might actually be dealing damage. This is something I'll test when I get her. It might actually be dealing damage when you are dealing the burst animation. It's impossible to tell because it goes to black. But I'm pretty sure it does not. That's my guess right now.
This case will be created. This case will be at the same level as the one she collected during her...
This character has weird versatility with her burst. I like it. It can extend her skill duration. It can have variable value in single target AoE, different enemy sizing situations. And notably, it can also front load some more Dendro application, which might mean, including in single target, which might mean that it's worth building ER in certain team contexts, like if you're trying to use her, solo Dendro doing Burgeon shenanigans, potentially. It's going to be just a bit, again, dependent on the situation, depending on team context, dependent on enemy context, and whatever. So, yeah, her relationship to ER is weird. And I think that's basically the overall description of her kit that I think it needs. Let me double check my notes, see if anything important I forgot. With her skill, she does have a notable thing. I don't know if they mentioned it in the stream or not. But her skill, the like higher multiplier double hit version, if you have Electro present, like in trigger quick on enemies, what basically happens is it goes from the high multiplier version where it hits like 2 times every 1.5 seconds with a double multiplier, so it's doing 4 times the damage. If you have Electro in the team and you don't trigger burning every 8 seconds, if I recall, then it reduces down to the low multiplier version, and she does basically no damage, like with her skill, but also not with her passive either, because if burning is not happening, you're not triggering her passive, right? So like, you are punished a little bit for bringing Electro in the team, but what this notably means is that she has potentially higher synergy with Electro appliers that apply less Electro. So you will be able to bring her into teams and have Electro in the teams, but and get value out of having Electro for triggering spread, not necessarily just on her, but also just value from Electro for like triggering blooms or whatever. I don't know, right? Like there is generic utility for her. You can do reaction soup teams that use Electro. You can do overburn teams for overload and burn. There is value to that, right? She does not just say, no, you can't have Electro. She did in her original kit, which is why I originally like railed on her kit. It was being too boring, because like she has so many more teams that can be interesting because of the fact that we can use Electro with her. There is a downside to it, and that downside is you still want some amount of pyro happening. So like one of the teams I plan to mess with, I plan to try to like main DPSing her, because when she has Bennett's buff, she's gonna probably contribute a monstrous amount of damage. So I want to do shenanigans with Emilie on fielded with Bennett, and then most likely with Farina, so we can get some Burgeon action going, and then either do Nahida for more Burgeon cores, or do something like Electro for whatever else, and just do overload burning shenanigans, and then like C6 Bennett's giving her an infusion so she can either trigger Burgeons, or get vapes sometimes with Farina's Hydra application even maybe, or at bare minimum keep up burning, right, which triggers her passive. Yeah, so like I don't know that I'll 100% stick to Electro teams with her, but she isn't dysfunctional with Electro. Is she any good as a support for Sino? In situations like the current Abyss cycle, right, where you have, I still haven't claimed my dailies, where you have like the first chamber in the first wave, like Sino with Nahida, the Sino with Nahida is a good combo. Like Nahida is basically Sino's best support, because Nahida can also do a lot of damage and buff his damage significantly. But in this first chamber of Abyss, right, you have 4 waves of enemies, and with an invested in a build, right, you really want to be able to kill things without having to restart your full rotation with every single wave. That tends to be the difference maker in how easy it can be to clear that first chamber or not, and give you a lot of time for the second chamber, right? And Sino with Nahida is really bad at adapting to new waves, because Nahida, Sino does not like carry over his infusion or his burst duration or anything. You can't switch back to him like you can with Arlecchino. So you would have to end his burst, switch to Nahid again, put Dendro on enemies, and then hopefully have enough ER on your Cyno to be able to, like, it's rough, right? Emilie would allow you to just have a turret that sits down pooping Dendro on enemies and keep up Quicken. And then there is some potential for doing, again, overburn stuff where you, like, put Toma in the team and hopefully trigger enough burning, hopefully. We'll see how it works. Like, that's, again, one of those contexts, like, how much damage Emilie is going to contribute in a Cyno team is a little bit up in the air because of Cyno's Electro application potentially making it so that you're not having that burning happening, such that Emilie's damage is going to be not that significant. So it's not necessarily going to be ideal. I wouldn't necessarily pull Emilie just for Cyno, unless you're someone who's just like really dedicated to Cyno and just wants another unit that can give you more flexibility with Cyno to be able to deal with new situations. Because that was one of his biggest downsides before, was not having great teammates for being able to adapt to new waves. Like Baiju was his best option, and Baiju is still probably one of your best options realistically. So it depends on your other characters you have. On polearms only, she'll like Cyno with Yaoyo is not great. Yaoyo's duration is not long enough for her skill, and it doesn't have very good range on where like Yaoyo's thing targets too. She does not keep up Quicken throughout the duration of Cyno's burst. Emilie will. And Emilie will, even with Emilie not, even in the context where in Toma, like Toma Cyno, Emilie doesn't work very well together. Like it doesn't trigger burning very often. Emilie should still be contributing some damage, even if it's lower, a lot lower. That, you know, it diversifies the team damage, and Cyno's own damage will be able to consistently be able to like I can actually properly play a normal Cyno, as Cyno was intended to be designed on polearms only. I'm actually excited about that. So, yeah, like the synergy is there, but it's not perfect because you won't be able to get the full value out of Emilie's kit, most likely. But it also might end up working better than we expect. I think Zajev demonstrated some stuff with Overburn in the potential problems of it, but also the potential of it maybe working quite well. It just kind of depends. It'll be weird. It'll be something I will be messing with, and it should be interesting. Is it better to go for Emilie or C1 Siegewind? Emilie. That is not a question. How about Raiden Overburn with Xiangling and Bennett? Should work, I think. I personally intend to play Hybrid Raiden. So one of the teams I intend to play is... Wait, do I not have... Oh, I do have it here. Oh, wait, well, I reconfigured it. So if you didn't see my DPS Siegewind video, I did Nahida, Dia, Farina, Siegewind together with DPS Siegewind. And this team like really works well actually with being able to get some good damage on Siegewind, and like she's basically a short field time unit on a DPS build, and Dia is also a short field time unit, but they both do a little bit of off-field things that aren't like super crazy. Like she's not applying a ton of Hydro with her skill. She's not applying a ton of Pyro with her skill. But in conjunction with some Dendro application with Burning, it enables like Farina to vape. And then Farina also enables, you know, Marsh Says on you and whatever else, right? And she's of course a healer for Farina too. So like I honestly think this team is really compelling. It's some of the most fun I've ever had playing Dia, and like makes the most use out of Dia's short field time utility, and in conjunction with her short field time damage utility, like having one Nuvula charge attack in her burst can be a significant amount of damage, right? And yeah, Nahida though in this team, like what is Nahida doing? Nahida without Electro is not contributing that much damage. Nahida in my situation is a little bit better for this team because there is some Burgeons happening. But I found that my preferred variation of the team was the one that didn't focus on the Burgeon damage that much. And that means I think Emilie might be significantly better for this team. It might not be a ton better. It really depends on how much it affects Farina's damage and Farina's ability to vape and Dia's ability to vape, potentially. But I really like the idea of testing Emilie in this team. And in a similar conjunction, another reason to connect with Raiden, Hybrid Raiden is kind of a similar shenanigans, trying to have different combinations of reactions going on. If I'm going to do Raiden and Emilie together, I'm probably going to have Hydro in the mix again. But there might be, like, I feel like if I'm doing Raiden with Emilie, it's going to be either double Dendro or double Hydro is likely a possible combination. So, you know, doing Emilie, Nahida Raiden, plus a Hydra unit, or I don't know. Honestly, Emily, I don't know what you mentioned. Shungling, Emilie, Raiden should work pretty decently. Remind me to test it. Like if you join my stream when I end up getting Emilie, I should be streaming the day after she releases. If I properly plan out everything in pre-farm and whatnot. So yeah. Anyways, there's definitely overburn shenanigans for sure, especially with low electro application units like this. Emilie actually has pretty significant anti-synergy with Fischl, because Fischl is just an electro application monster. And like it will be hard to have burning happening consistently to get the full damage out of Emilie with Fischl. So like she will be a unit you do not use with Fischl, basically. I think it's a good thing actually. Fischl's already a monster. I am of the opinion that she's on her own standalone utility the strongest of the early game 4 stars. Like the 1.0 4 stars. Yeah, I know. She's just more self-contained. Bennett is someone who is very strong, but strong dependent on his utility with specific other units, and how relevant his attack buff is, and how much like it being on field matters, and how much his healing is relevant. I'd say Bennett and Fischl are honestly basically tied. They're just very different units. But also I still suspect that the Pyro Archon is going to do team-wide attack buffing in some form. They're probably not going to be a healer. So it's not like she's going to power creep Bennett. Bennett will still very much have a place in a lot of teams, and probably likely be preferred in a lot of teams over the Pyro Archon. But the more that we get different buffers, right? Like Farina has been a unit that has lowered the need for Bennett, because now we have another buffer that can give a lot of additional damage to a team on top of her own damage contribution. And yeah, also she works really well with Bennett, but ignoring that, right? You get the point. The more buffers we have in the game, the less needed Bennett is. They're never gonna do another Fischl. They're not gonna do another monster like this lady. She's impossible. Like, she's ridiculous. Like, why are Electro characters so mid? Because they made Fischl too good. like that's why Chlorand ended up just being a sad Fischl engine. I almost said Fashel. Like, Chlorand is not bad. It's just like she's kind of the state of most Electro carries. Where like, I don't think Chlorand is that much better than how I was playing Sethos, because Sethos is like more potentially AoE utility, funness, and interesting kit to like play around with his like restrictions. Chlorand is a stronger character at a baseline, to be clear, but like not insanely so, right? And both of them are kind of tied to being like, you know, as on-field Electro units, their relevance is tied to how kind of good your Fischl can be to an extent. And that's a bit rough for Electro on-fielders, I would say. And yeah, it's just because like they have to balance Electro units' damage contribution in conjunction with how much they work with Fischl. And that's kind of unfortunate. Anyways, I honestly think it's a good thing that Emilie doesn't have insane synergy with Fischl. We don't need more teams that Fischl's bonkers and oh god. Like, can you imagine if Emilie, like, if all you had to do with Emilie was just trigger burning once, and then you could forever keep her skill at level 2? Like, if she had no downside to playing Electro with her, she could have a very high multiplier and trigger the spread reaction, not like constantly, but relatively regularly. Like, if she could trigger spread relatively regularly, and there's probably team contests where you will be able to do this, by the way, but probably not with Fischl. But like, if you could have Fischl and Emilie together, and like Emilie didn't have the downside of like the Electro pairing, and you just like you do a Pyro unit plus Emilie, Fischl, where the frick you want for the 4 slot. Ew. Like, Fischl being able to constantly get aggravates, tons of Electro reactions happening, Emilie being able to get her high multiplier damage and get like, to be clear, like, by the way, like, as far as like how strong Fischl is for her damage contribution, Emilie can be made to deal like Fischl or more than Fischl levels of damage. The difference is though, Emilie's not a reaction engine character to the extent that Fischl is. So I do not think Emilie is as good as Fischl. But Fischl's a monster. So how do we feel about Emilie Burngen? It's up in the air. I think what Jeff mentioned is likely to be correct, at least for most players, wherein the likely situation for Emilie Bergen is going to be most relevant with either doing double Dendro or double Hydro if you want to see any consistent amount of Bergens happening. But I also think his perspective on Bergen is a little bit wrong, because his illustration in his video, in his pre-release video, was focused specifically around like, oh, you don't actually have that much Dendro core generation. He was showing like Baiju, I think, because Baiju was like his low Dendro application was like kind of the closest comparison I think he had for the amount of Dendro cores. If you're using solo Dendro, Emilie, that would be generated, right? And that means like adding another Dendro or adding another Hydro, but those create some mix of like maybe not triggering Emilie's passive enough, lowering her damage, or whatever else, right? Like having to do double Dendro or double Hydro is a downside to potential Bergen Emilie teams, and it's very likely that may end up needing to be the case if you're making the whole team's focus be Bergen damage. What I have found with Bergen, being someone that uses it quite often, is you don't focus the full team into Bergen damage, right? Like it's not the same as Hyperbloom. Like you can focus, you can do Bergen Toma, right? But if you want to, it'll probably function. But I think it's better when you utilize Burning and Bergen as an incidental form of additional damage on the team, rather than something you're just like, I need it constantly happening for all the damage all the time is always from Bergen, right? Like this team is a very good example of this, wherein like I played Dia on a Bergen build a little while ago in this team, and then I played Dia on her carry build that she's on right now, and I preferred the carry style more. It was slightly better, but not like crazily better. Like Bergen was doing things, but not super consistently. And Toma would be better at triggering Bergens than Dia would. Obviously, that's a factor. But like part of the problem is like when you have the burning aura happening, to get additional Bergens to happen, you need to overwrite the burning aura and have like additional Dendro to like you have to have Dendro and Hydro reacting, right? And there's stuff you can do with Electro using the Quicken aura to be able to have Dendro aura generate Dendro cores. Like there's a lot of reaction. There's shenanigans potential with Emilie. It's kind of my point. I don't know where the exact balance is going to lie. I suspect, though, in a lot of contexts, it will end up in a place where you're not focusing the full team around Bergen damage. Instead, like Bergen is just an additional way to get some additional like transformative reaction damage that is not irrelevant, but is not something you spec the entire team around. Is my general vibe for Bergen kind of in general, and that's probably what the circumstance will be for Emilie, I think. Especially because Emilie herself, you don't spec into like EM usually. So yeah, I don't know. I'll test it. I'll be testing out Emilie Bergen stuff with double Hydro, with not double Hydro, etc., etc. But yeah, this is a team where I think like the Bergens could be again relevant, depending on how often I actually like how significant Emilie's damage contribution is in this specific team will depend on how often like Nahida and Dia can keep up the burning aura pretty consistently, such that you can start getting pretty consistent vapes on Farina and Sejuin. With Emilie and her lower Dendro application, I'm a little bit more skeptical with Emilie as solo Dendro in this team. How well like you'll have, I don't know. It's going to be weird. I'm not super confident. That's why I said maybe in the video for Emilie in this team. It's a hard maybe. Most people, if you want the obvious way to use Emilie, like slot her into this team, like instead of Nahida, right? This kind of team format. That's the easiest way to make sure you're always getting the full value out of her kit. The more you get, the more you bring in the Hydro and Electro to the mix, the more it might become a little bit iffy. But I very much suspect there will be some strong teams that utilize her to near her full extent, that can still trigger burning with relatively consistent uptime, trigger her passive, like get her basically get Emilie's full damage potential, and potentially even get additional like value out of having like like bursting every rotation for additional Dendro application to trigger more burden or generate more Bergen cores. So, anywho, Emilie's mid. No, she's not. She's just she potentially might end up like
Adventure time.
she's very much not a necessary character. If you need if you're looking for a character that is just a very compelling reaction engine character, don't pull her for that. She's an off-field DPS unit that you build crit on, first and foremost, and she has potential for reaction engine shenanigans, right? But she's not the same tier of enabler as Nahida is, because she does not apply Dendro the way Nahida does, not even close. I don't like how much ER you need for her ult. You don't need to ult, though. So I ranted about this before. You don't need to ult. Like, that's a very big difference. And, like, to be clear, her weapon, like, I'll talk about her weapon, but, like, a little bit more later. Her weapon enables her to basically ult consistently every rotation and have a lot of damage from her skill. Like, but out of baseline, it's like, decide if you want to build a little more. Like, ER has value on her. There is value to being able to ult every location. What did I just say? Ult every rotation. But like, you don't need to. Most people, like have you seen like how many people build Farina with 120 ER and just like put all the crit on her on the Golden Troop? Or like that don't use healers with Farina? like I've seen the number of people that have done that. I'm just like,
time to go.
Like, Farina's kit breaks when you don't burst. Emilie's kit does not break. Emily's burst has situational additional value. And I suspect her burst has lower value than some people are making it out to be. In a lot of situations.
Time to go.
It's more worthwhile than someone like Yai's burst. She has pretty compelling reasons to be built with ER, and like the general situation where their weapons then is kind of like deathmatch is a good compelling option for her. Other than that, like, and I am hoping, by the way, we should see like in the next few weeks before Emily's banner, we should see what the Natlan craftable polearm is. There's no attack percent like generic. I mean, this is not polearms. There's no generic like attack percent polearm craftable weapon in the game right now, which sucks. Like, this weapon is not great. Like, deathmatch is going to be a lot better, right? Than this thing. And then a high refined deathmatch competes with like the good stat stick sword or stat stick polearms. Jade Spear is not amazing unless you're on-fielder. I plan to on-fielder. It is quite good if you're on-fielder. But yeah, Skyward Spine and the Catch can actually be pretty good, or other ER weapons, notably Favj. Like, Fav is a compelling choice for her because it can basically reduce her ER needs to very little to none, and ult every rotation, which is not, it's valuable to potentially do that, but it's not something you have to do, right? Like, her damage contribution with her being able to ult every rotation, or just ignoring ER and completely focusing on crit and just ulting every other rotation and just focusing on making sure you get right. She has 100% uptime on her skill. Like, her burst is not the majority of her damage. Like, there is hypothetically, it's possible that her burst, every one of the 10 hits actually hit enemies. And in that situation, her burst can be like towards 35% of her damage output. Where it's like, oh, that's very worth building ER on her. But most of the time, I suspect, especially with what I talked about earlier, wherein I'm pretty sure her burst will make it so you get less hits on her skill, which lowers the functional motion value, the functional damage that you get additionally from her burst. To a point where like it's just gonna not be worth using sometimes, and not be building ER depending on the situation. Like, the more universal approach to her is just ignore her ER needs and burst every other rotation. Is my point. There's not zero value to building ER on her. Like, and the nice thing with that is that means ER weapons have some value. So like, using the catch on her is unironically not terrible. Not as recommended, because I think, again, her burst is a bit too potentially situational to just rely on a passive that only benefits her burst, and a secondary stat that only benefits her burst. But something like Skyward Spine is also pretty compelling as well. Fav is pretty compelling because it basically reduces her ER needs to none and benefits the team's energy. But depending on the team you're playing, you might not care about the ER that much from this for the team. It just depends. Does element reaction need crit? Emilie's own damage is not based on like her triggering reactions, so no, you just build crit on her, but crit does not. Crit can change your reaction damage if the reaction is a damage that scales on crit. Like vaporize is a damage that, it's a multiplicative damage that applies in conjunction with crit in the damage formula. But any of the reactions that Emilie can trigger are all transformative reaction damage that does not ever use crit. So crit is not relevant for Emilie's reaction damage, and Emilie is not someone you build for reaction damage the vast majority of the time. So that means EM weapons are not really relevant unless you're doing shenanigans like I will probably be doing, and I might test out this weapon on her for like a on-field Burgeon Emilie with C6 Bennett, Pyro Infusion, where like you might actually get some value out of the EM, but right. So anyways, I think her weapon choices are basically Fav, Deathmatch, hopefully, Mahoyo please, hopefully a decent free-to-play craftable like attack percent polearm, and then you get in like 5-star stat sticks, and most of the 5-star weapons are good stat sticks, and then her signature. And her signature is silly because it obviously improves her weapon, or like her damage a lot as far as a baseline. It gives a bunch of crit, gives some attack percent, gives a bunch of damage bonus. Like it's a bit overtuned, to be clear. And then it does the energy refunding too, which basically makes her energy need 0, in conjunction with giving her all the damage stats, right? Because like without her, that's why her signature weapon is so good, is because her other options are mixes of choosing between like using her burst every rotation in exchange for sacrificing some of her other damage output, or sacrificing some of her burst utility in conjunction for making her skill damage be higher. And that's, I think, the recommended way I would say most people build her, for simplicity. And yeah, that's why it ends up being so different. If you've like looked at the relative damage difference between her weapon and other weapons, it's a really weirdly big gap. Notably though, like as an off-field damage dealer, for most contexts, her weapon, even as big as a damage increase as it could be, is not going to be necessarily as big of a damage increase as like Nuvilet's weapon is for Nuvilet. Like I think Nuvilet's weapon is more problematic design-wise because Nuvilet is strong enough at a baseline that he did not need a weapon that increases damage as much as it did relative to like Prototype Amber. But I honestly think they made it that strong because Prototype Amber is such a cool and strong synergy with him. Like I just use this on him for laziness purposes most of the time because I don't feel like swapping weapons around. But when I was actually playing Nuvilet, I used Prototype Amber on him and I really liked it because of the fact that it turned him, not only it didn't make him HP positive, it turned him into the team's healer. That's super fun. But like Emilie doesn't have, the reason Emilie's weapon is more problematic is she doesn't have as good like cool accessible options, right? Like Nuvilet has. But Fab exists still. And like there's enough relevant choices that I think it's not that much of a problem. But I really hope they do fix the situation slightly because it is not great. It'll just depend on your account. Like if you played it for a while and you've gotten a random Skyward Spine, I think it's a compelling option for her. Or you have the spare Fabs or whatever. Anywho's, transformative reaction is a reaction that does its own like instance of damage, right? Like the reaction happens and it does its own thing, right? I don't even remember what the term for the non-transformative reactions are. Transformative reactions are the actual interesting reactions in the game. Like a vaporize when you're doing like hydro and pyro together, is just a multiplier, right? So you do hydro and pyro together, and depending on which one's triggering, like if it's a pyro unit triggering on a hydro, it's a different baseline multiplier. So the baseline multiplier for a pyro unit triggering a vaporize, so with hydro on the enemy, is a 1.5 times damage multiplier. And that's literally it. It scales up with EM a little bit because EM increases your reaction damage. But transformative reactions is like they do their own instance of damage that scales separately based on EM and only EM basically. Is the simple way to say it. So like, no, I was gonna say all Dinder reactions, but spread is not technically that way. The spread and aggravate quicken. So anyways, multiplicative. Yes, there you go. Multiplicative. Quicken. Yes, quicken is additive. Vaporize, melt are multiplicative. As far as how the damage is calculated. And then, yeah, transformative reactions are the ones that have their own instance of damage. So that's your hyperblooms, your overload, your superconduct technically does damage, electrocharged, burgeons, whatever. Burning is a transformative reaction, right? It just calculates it based on the character level and EM of the one that triggered it. So, anywho's, yeah, Emilie's weapon situation is a bit rough. Like I do. If Mahoya doesn't introduce a craftable polearm that is a decent option for her, that's a big F up on their part, in my opinion. But we'll see. We should see before her banner, which is nice. But yeah, like the fact that energy is valuable on her but not needed gives her some modality and control and gives her more weapon options that are more relevant than you might think. If you have a spare fav, in fav we trust. That's what I would probably say. Like I had a whole rant on my Discord server on like how the fundamental issue with, I think, again, her weapon is overtuned, I think, but the fundamental issue like I have with being too worried about her weapon, like we need to like judge characters at a baseline of how useful they are without their signature weapon. And if the character is good and useful without their signature weapon, like you can pull for the character, get them at C0, not spend a single additional wish on the weapon banner, not spend anything for Constellations, and they feel good to use, they can perform well. Does it matter? Does it matter that much? Like I do think it's a problematic direction. I absolutely do not want to see them constantly make things like that. But Emilie's kit is not designed in a way that makes you need her burst. It has situationally interesting value to have reasons to use it, but you don't need to use it. And that is the difference maker with her weapon being silly for her or not. That is the difference maker. And also, again, I think people's damage estimates for how much a damage increase it is a little bit optimistic because of the fact that I don't think they were factoring in the fact that her burst might make you lose damage value from her skill. Not shooting during its animation. I'm pretty sure most people doing calcs do not factor that in. I could be wrong though. I haven't looked at every person's calcs. The level 3 thing from her burst, they're just doing stupid name. It's just a stupid name for it because of the fact that it replaces her existing turret, right? It replaces the existing turret and with a special turret that has a very short duration that poops out a lot of dendro very fast, but only 3 instances of the attacks are actually targeted. But it has more potential AoE dendro application, some front-loaded dendro application, which makes her burst situationally more relevant. Notably, her burst can be better in AoE, right? So, I don't know. I don't know what weapon I am going to end up sticking with for sure on her over time, on my main account here. Well, actually, I might end up getting her signature weapon, so that might be what I end up sticking with on her. But the reason I actually want her signature weapon, funnily enough, is because it's going to be very iffy, to be clear. To be able to trigger burning with the pyro unit, but it's not that hard necessarily. So Emilie's signature weapon can be used on a hybrid Raiden. Like I think it actually might be when you're doing pyro shenanigans, it might end up being hybrid Raiden's second best weapon, or it might even be better because like a bunch of crit, attack, damage bonus. Wait, is it skill damage bonus? Frick, let me look up her weapon. I don't think it's skill damage bonus. I think it's just damage bonus, right? But Raiden is actually the less interesting one, to be clear, because I already have Staff of Scarlet Sands. And Raiden on a hybrid build and Staff of Scarlet Sands is ridiculous. But this might be another compelling option to enable it. Yeah, no, when the equipping character triggers burning on an opponent or deals dendro damage to burning opponents, yeah. So, yeah, you have to trigger burning, and then you get the buff for 18 seconds. But yeah, it can give 36% damage bonus, 15% attack, 6 OA base attack, 33.1 crit rate, and restore 12 energy. Like if you can trigger all those things consistently, oh my god, it's a rare weapon they have released that has relevance to be used for shenanigans, like Staff of Scarlet Sands, but in potentially more annoying ways, basically. And more notably, what I'm actually most interested in using it on, I don't know if Sylvian is watching. I know I talked to Sylvian before, and I'm still, again, I'm iffy. I'm not going to recommend people pull her weapon for this. But like I want to do like hybrid Shenhe, wherein I try to do C6 Bennett Shenhe. And the idea was originally to just build EM on Shenhe, which, you know, Staff of Scarlet Sands converts EM to attack. And then if you're using Bennett with Shenhe, and Shenhe's a whole buffs scale on attack, right? It means you can have a Shenhe that's buffing her own damage and has a bunch of EM that can potentially be triggering melts either with her normal charge attacks and her burst like hits with her being on field. Like hybrid Shenhe with Staff of Scarlet Sands has some potential. The problem with hybrid Shenhe with Staff of Scarlet Sands is that Staff of Scarlet Sands triggers based on skills hitting opponents. And that means Staff of Scarlet Sands with hybrid Shenhe, particularly a C0 Shenhe, would really only work at C... It would probably only properly work at C1 in more situations, or in AoE situations where you can, you know, have 3 enemies together and hit them all at the same time with her skill. Yeah, of course we're pulling Emilie. I'm pulling Emilie. Yeah, I'm pulling her on both. Like, this is how you know, like, if I wasn't that interested in this character and didn't think they could do a lot of interesting things and fun things, I would probably only be pulling her on poems only, right? Because I don't feel the need to get characters I like on multiple accounts. If it was just like I liked Emilie as a character and I thought she was okay, like I was always gonna pull her on poems only because she's a poem. But I think she's interesting, has a lot of fun options for how I like playing the game, so I'm gonna pull her. But anyways, hybrid Shenhe, right? Like with Staff of Scarlet Sands, can work, but it's a bit situational. Emilie's weapon instead, though, gives a bunch of crit rate, attack percent, damage bonus, and then energy refunding. I don't know exactly what the build looks like on hybrid Shenhe in that case. Probably just attack percent, like main stat goblet, and attack percent time beats attack percent main stat goblet, so you don't build a bunch of EM on her. And it still probably should work, but again, like Shenhe has pretty significant ER needs. I think hybrid Shenhe at C0 would work better with Emilie's weapon than with this weapon. I think hybrid Shenhe Loki works really well. Provides C1. Yeah, I know. Sylvan was the main one that tried it after I suggested it months ago, and I would love to have made a video on this by now if they freaking ever reran her. Good lord! Like I honestly think it might be one of the most fun ways to use C6 Bennett that I've ever thought of, and I really want to try it. And I would like to try it with this and with Emilie's weapon to see which is better. Of course, Emilie's weapon will require using a Dendra unit in the team, right, to do hybrid Shenhe things. But the idea is, you know, you could do Shenhe, Bennett, Emilie, or Nahida. It wouldn't have to be Emilie. Nahida might actually be better. I think Nahida would probably be required, actually, over Emilie, because you need to make sure there's extra Dendro on the enemies so that your Pyro application from Shenhe doing normal attacks with Bennett infusion is what triggers the passive. Emilie probably wouldn't apply. Emilie applies low enough Dendro that if you're using her as solo Dendro, she would not on her own enable Shenhe to use the poem consistently. So that's kind of weird. But the idea would be it could do something like Shenhe, Bennett, Nahida, probably Farina, I guess, realistically, for the strongest version, because damage bonus Bennett Gober, healing, and then more damage. I think I think that will work, and I think it'll work pretty well. I think Emilie's weapon will be really good for that. Like, Emilie's weapon has some shenanigans, is my point, and it's a rare weapon that has some shenanigans. It's quite a bit overtuned for Emilie herself, for sure. Mihoyo has an opportunity to mitigate this issue with the Natlan Craftable, right? Like, literally just, like, making the Natlan Craftable be, like, Missive Wind Spear, like a bunch of attack percent and attack percent substat, base attack, good, and then have the passive, like, give some more attack percent, and then refund 12 energy. Blam, fixed. There you go. I shouldn't say fixed, but like that would be a weapon that does similar things to what her signature weapon does in enabling her to both have a bunch of stats that is relevant to all of her damage, in conjunction with also making it so she can burst more consistently. Because right now it's basically a choose between situation, in my opinion. You either choose between focusing on her burst a little bit more if you're using her situations that it's relevant for, or just doing that because it's fine to do anyways. Or just ignoring it and bursting every other rotation. Like, without her weapon, it's a choose. With her weapon, you don't have to choose. And that's, like, kind of, right? Like, I don't love that, is my point. But I don't know. She's absolutely a case, though I suspect, like, I will likely end up just putting Emilie on Jade Spear or something. Like, I don't know, the green stick will match her well enough. Or Fav, realistically. She'll end up being on Jade Spear or Fav. I have a couple spare Favs. It kind of annoys me how many more Favs I have in this account. Actually, no, Polearms only might be close to catching up at this point. Well, no, sorry, I forgot I had 3 R5s. Never mind. Okay. But anyways, it's very likely I might just end up putting her on Fav. With a good crit rate circlet, whatever, right? And she'll be good. I don't know. Like, it'll be a very easy Universa build for me to do, right? I can use, right? I could easily have an Emilie that can burst every other rotation if I need her to burst every rotation, and have just good generic damage potential with, like, probably this artifact. So I'd yoink that from Baiju. Baiju can get whatever other piece. I can find something else for him. Either this artifact or this artifact, depending on if I need the ER. This artifact. This has some ER. I'll probably use the attack % goblet. And then do an off piece with crit rate that has some crit damage and hopefully some ER, right? Like, there you go. It'll be a good enough build that she should be pretty good, I think, is my general vibe. Skyward Spine, yeah, should be pretty good. Yeah, because she really likes attack. And the ER is not irrelevant on her. And it gives some crit rate. Like, it doesn't do nothing. It's absolutely a pretty decent stat stick option for her. So, yeah. It's possible I might end up sticking this on her, actually, instead of Fav. Since there are... Yeah, I don't know. It's likely since I have it, I might actually... But I have to level it. I don't have the resources right now. Do I have any of the other ones? Or maybe it's I might have gotten lucky. Maybe it's just the brown ones I don't have, and I have the other ones. Nope, I have basically none. Nice. Alright, perfect. So, anywho's. Is Frida that good? You got her, but didn't notice any difference with her. What healers are you using with her? And Freena's a character that you gotta kind of use well. And she can make a difference. And like, also, like, are you abusing the fact that like she enables Marshalls and Hunters? I can tell you, I noticed the difference. And I noticed the difference in the 2 months before I activated Constellations. It's not like, oh, you have her Constellations, that's what you're noticing. No, I used her for months with many different teams. She makes a difference, but like, depends on your healers. Depends on how you're playing her with the healers, right? Because like, just playing her with Bennett and doing Bennett and Frina is a good combo for a lot of teams, but you need to kind of think about how you're playing Bennett and Frina together. It's not always a good combo, and there might be reasons to do like Maidens on Bennett to make that work or whatever. And like, you need to make sure you're bursting constantly. If you just built Frina for skill damage, like no ER, even in double Hydro, she has pretty like not zero Hydro ER needs, right? You just don't burst every rotation hour. Like, Farina's entire kit falls apart when she's not bursting a rotation and when you're not healing. So, anywho's, yeah, the default is like put Fab on Farina if you have one. If not, use the pipe. Pipe is basically bad Fav, and for Farina it's slightly more than just bad Fav on Farina, to be clear. The pipe is not a terrible option by any means, and yeah. So like, yeah, Farina on Fav, use team-wide healer, bam, there you go. You will probably notice, but it also depends on your healers a little bit, because like, you will notice more when the more you start to abuse things like Bennett and Farina together. Like, the more you can abuse unconventional methods of healing and play around a little bit of jankiness, the more strength can come out, because like, the equation of Farina and healers is also an equation of what do the healers do that isn't just healing, right? So like, are they applying extra elemental application? Are they like, how are they healing? Are they healing in one big go? Because that can get you damage bonus faster. Are they doing buffing like Bennett can do in conjunction with healing, etc., etc. So Farina C1 with only single target healers. I mean, it's a lot better than Farina C0 with only single target healers because you're getting some amount of damage one as always. I think Farina C1 is the sensible stopping point for most players. And Farina C2 is good if you just want to... I mean, Farina C2 is good. It's just like... I think it's only... I maintain that the Farina C2's value only shines when you're really trying to abuse, you know, doing things like only using Prototype Amber as your healer or something. Then it becomes quite strong, but it makes your team more fragile by only having Prototype Amber and a character that's constantly training HP. So, like, I still don't think most players would do that. I think most players, for comfort of playstyle, would still want team-wide healers to keep the team alive and comfortable to play, even with C2 Farina. And in that case, C2 Farina is just a damage increase, and that's why I don't think C2 is worth it for most players. But it depends on the kind of player you are. If you like doing shenanigans, min-maxing things, and are fine with the fragility, absolutely C2 Farina can be very strong if you abuse it. Should you go for Farina C2? That's... you got to decide that. Or get Yelan. Or you have C0. I mean, I made a video talking about it. Like, if you have enough Primogems to guarantee 2 other more characters is better than less characters. Is my general experience with the game. Constellations can be situationally useful. I like Farina's Constellations. I like Farina's character. I think she has some of the better design stuff in the game. But I think C2 is mostly bait for most players. How most players play the game is my main verdict. Get Farina C1 and Yelan. I mean, yeah, Emilie is a... yeah. Emilie's generic value to most players would probably be dependent on what kind of pyro units you're playing her with. She's going to be more obviously synergistic and very easy to use with pyro carries. Like, if you have Arlecchino, Emilie has more value. But Emilie also has value in conjunction with, like a problem... You know, like, I think they showed Yanfei, right? Like, a problem Yanfei has is, like, it's like Yanfei obviously doesn't compete with, like, damage output with Arlecchino. Go figure, right? Like, wow. But so, like, normally you do like Yanfei, Xingqiu, or Yelan, right? You do vape Yanfei things. I think there's a potential value in doing Yanfei, Emilie, Kazuha, Bennett, right? Instead of focusing on the fact that you can vape on some of Yanfei's hits, diversify the team's damage using Yanfei as an on-field, right? Like, I think that's a compelling reason to potentially get her too. And remember, well, oh wait, shoot. Actually, interestingly, C4 Yanfei interferes with, I didn't think about that. So Yanfei's a bad example, but if Yanfei C4 didn't, that's funny. If Yanfei C4 didn't interfere with it, Mars Hunters could be enabled by Emilie with your pyro carry, right? So, anywho's, I don't know. Oh, I kind of want to do Amber. All right, someone remind me. I want to do Amber with Marshall, Hunters, and Emilie. That seems fun. Anywho's, I think Emilie could work in a Jean Sunfire team. I mean, so Jean Sunfire is usually a circumstance of what are you doing with the extra pyro. So if you're doing Emilie, Bennett, and Jean, your choice is either I'm dealing Emilie, which could be very strong with Bennett's buff, to be clear. And that could be compelling. I wonder, I don't know, that's interesting. There's so many, the fact that it's so easy to think of like interesting teams with it. The most interesting I think would be putting Farina in the team, because Jean, duh, right? Jean, Farina, yeah, duh. So like doing a Farina, Bennett, Jean, and Emilie on-fielded, if you can keep up good burning up time, I think that could be very compelling. Bringing in Farina might make it a bit iffy, but I think that's actually a circumstance where it should work pretty well with just Farina, because Farina's Hydra application is not bad, but it's inconsistent. And Farina's Hydra application having inconsistency, having those little gaps of Hydra application, is time that will let you like get additional burning happening, which means additional procs of like her skill potentially. So like I think that would probably work pretty well. That seems like a really fun way to on-field Emilie. I'm actually going to jot that down. That's actually going to be one of my first ones I want to test. So you don't have to remind me for this one, assuming I have my notes in order by the time she comes out. Emilie, Jean, Benny, Farina. And it's likely that Farina will end up getting Vapes in that team, to be clear as well. Emilie plus Navia is meh because you still have to bring Xiangling. Yeah, Emilie, I don't know. You could, Emilie and Navia wouldn't be terrible necessarily, I think. Yeah, it'd be like Bennett, Emilie, Navia, Xiangling most likely. Yeah, you're probably right. You'd still bring Xiangling. Like, it's just like you're just choosing to have Emilie be a little bit of an additional off-field. Like, it'd be a good way to diversify your Emilie or your Navia team's damage, I think. I don't think it'd be a bad option. But yeah, like the way that a lot of people will end up using Emilie, though, that's basically like using Emilie in again, like the same context of like putting Emilie instead of Nahida here. Like, you're basically just doing mono pyro, but Emilie is doing some dendro damage, right? Right? Like, you're doing green pyro damage instead of red pyro damage. That's kind of how that will work. Like, I don't think those are not going to be bad teams. They're just going to be relatively simple, right? There's not much to think about with them. It's just like have crit, have VV with EM on Kazuha, have Bennett built, WoW damage, have Alakino built, right? Like, they're not that interesting to think about. That's why I'm much more interested in doing shenanigans like, you know, on fielding Emilie and throwing a Hydra unit in the mix and seeing how well it works. It might not end up working as well as I hope. We'll see. So, is Jean a good driver in mono Hydra? Yeah, of course. Yes. Jean mono Hydra is definitely a thing. I don't know. I'm a little bit of a mono Hydra hater. Just saying. I think mono Hydra immediately becomes a lot more fun as soon as you add like Fischl to the mix. So, you know, doing Farina, Fischl, Jean, Yelan, right? I think that's, wait, is that four? Yeah, Farina, Fischl, Jean, Yelan. Yeah, like, I think that's way more fun of a team. I guess you're doing something with your actions and getting that. But anyways, I mean, don't let me stop you with like mono Hydra. I just think mono Hydra is really boring. Yes, electro charged. So, anywho's, yeah, like Emilie is going to be a useful character. Is she a must-pull? No character is. And because of the fact that her reaction engine potential is more up in the air, she's even less of a must-pull. If you're someone who is pulling for meta, right? Like, that's what must-pulls are. Must-pulls are like, this character enables so many teams that it's probably a good idea to have them. You don't need them, but having them can be a significant difference maker for making for strong teams, right? That's what Nahida is. That's what Farina is. That's what Bennett is. That's what Fischl is. Right? They're enablers for different teams. Does Emilie enable teams to be a lot stronger? In some ways, yes. Like, her potential to enable Mara Chassis means she can technically be an indirect buffer. And she might enable variations of teams that can use her as a good reaction engine. And there's like burn melt shenanigans too, right? There is potential for her making burn melt significantly stronger, because the way that like burn melt would work before is you basically do what's her bucket? You do a cryo DPS unit. So this could be Risley, this could be, you know, like Ganyu, right? Like, I have Ganyu. So I could do Ganyu, Nahida, Bennett. I think, who's the last slot? And I don't even know who the last slot normally is in burn melt. Probably a animal unit, maybe not, because it might be hard to swirl cryo. I don't know. Doesn't matter, right? Just the core of doing Nahida plus like Bennett equals burning, wow. And then you trigger melts. The problem is Nahida is not contributing much damage in that team. Emilie could theoretically be a lot more damage. Like, it could diversify burn melt team's damage. The issue again is like, if you are using an element to override the burning aura, that potentially means less passive triggers from Emilie. So like, Emilie might not be doing nearly as much damage in burn melt as she would in like this team format, right? Where she would be constantly triggering her passive. But it's not going to be such a significant loss that I think it's a reason not to do it. I think Emilie should be a meaningful upgrade for burn melt. Not for the purpose of buffing your cryo unit, like, but for the purpose of diversifying the team's damage to buff the whole team's damage, and diversify it. No, Yelan is not a must pull. No character is, but if you were pulling for meta, you know, Yelan can be a useful character. I think Emilie as a character I will use more than Elon, personally, is my guess. I could be wrong. It might end up being that she's awkward enough to use as a reaction engine character that I just don't enjoy her. Like if I end up only feeling like she plays well in a way that feels good in teams like this team with Emilie instead of Nahida here, that's pretty boring to me. Like I really need to find some teams where she's fun to uniquely use, for the fact that she is still a Dender unit that can do Dender reaction things. For a lot of people, that might be all she ends up being, if you don't end up liking, enjoying, and playing and thinking about those things. She has a lot of potential. I think the strongest characters in the game are the ones that have versatility. And that tends to mean off-field damage dealers have more versatility. And off-field damage dealers that have the ability to be built without like needing a lot of specific stat requirements, it's just give them damage stats like crit, can be pretty good. Like that's, yeah, you don't need to build ER on her. You can. Like just in a generic, she can be a unit that provides a lot of damage, but she's someone you're gonna have to think of if you like pull for her and you want to use her consistently. You're gonna always have to consider the factor of like, okay, how often am I triggering burning in this team? Because that's going to significantly affect your damage output on Emilie. That's the basic formula. And if it's a team where you're triggering so many other reactions that you don't have much burning going on, Emilie might not be doing as much as you want, right? So it depends. She's a really weird unit to evaluate. It's really hard to evaluate Emilie's value without looking at a specific account. But for me, as someone who likes off-fielders, for the fact that they can be used in a lot of teams at a baseline, and likes that Emilie has enough potential for, there's enough different ideas that can just randomly pop up in my head that she could be used in, that I want her as an option. I want her as an option in my toolkit for making for compelling teams. That's kind of it. And I think she's a much better character because of that. But go watch something like Zajef, right? I mentioned this at the start of the stream, but that had more viewers now, so I'll mention it again. Zajef has a bit more of a negative take on her kit. Like, he doesn't like a number of things. But like, go watch this. It's still pretty good. I agree with most of what he said. He just has a little bit of different perspective on things. And he focuses much more on like just doing the optimization. I think his focus I think he is overvaluing the burst a little bit. And I think he's undervaluing the fact that he seems to have not realized or even mentioned at all, unless I missed it in the video. I could have just lapsed in watching it. That Martial Say Hunters is enabled by her. That's a pretty big deal. I don't know, right? You think Emilie will be decent on aggravate Chlorine team? No, I would not do that. Emilie, if you're just like using Emilie if you want Emilie to just be like a spread DPS unit, an off-field spread DPS unit, like she gets basically no multiplier damage if you don't have Pyro in the mix. Like, to be clear, there is some potential for doing overburn stuff, right? Where you're doing an Electro unit and Emilie, and Pyro, right? So like doing Toma Emilie plus an Electro unit. I suspect where overburn will work the most though is with the units that are applying less Electro. Chlorine applies quite a bit of Electro, and I think that's problematic enough that like it's likely with Chlorine and Emilie you will end up in a situation where Emilie has very little damage output. And therefore I definitely don't recommend it. Only Emilie just to be a Lisa support because the game should revolve around Lisa. Yeah, true. I mean, they both summon lamps, don't they? Basically. I feel like it's pretty thematic. Playing Emilie and Lisa together seems, I don't know, like, remember Lisa has her green skin, right? Well, Zajef kind of hates everybody's kit, and that's his fault. Just saying, I had a little bit of a rant after I watched it on my Discord server. If you want to scroll back and read it from a couple days ago, about how it's like his criticisms of some characters' design feels like he's just impossible to please, and it kind of annoys me. Like he hated Chivalrous, right? My baseline argument for how I think his argument is kind of dumb with restrictions would be like, I don't like characters that are restricted. It's a bad design direction for the game. It's unhealthy for the game. How the f*** would Mihoyo design this character without her being restricting the team to Electro and Pyro units? They cannot give this good of a buff on a character that does not have restrictions, right? Like, restrictions are just a balancing act. And like, it was insane to me how he can see this character, how she enables team archetypes, like combinations of characters that would not have really been a real consideration before are now a real consideration. That's a character that enables a ton of new teams. More team options means more ways to deal with the content. And he's like, he doesn't even pull for her. And I think he regrets that now, to be clear. But I bet he would probably still say he dislikes her kit because restrictions. But like, I don't know. I think he has just gotten in his head that like, he likes, you know, he likes what I like, honestly. He likes thinking about elemental reactions. He thinks that's what one of the best parts of the combat design of the game. Like, as part of why Emilie's kit is kind of boring is the fact that like they made a character that incentivizes burning, but just gets more crits. She just gets more big number with burning happening. She doesn't actually make you be like, oh, how much damage is the burning reaction itself doing? Like, she doesn't modify the burning reaction itself. But like it ignores like, oh, you can do interesting things with it, right? You can still have compelling teams that didn't exist before. Like, I don't get it. So like, yeah, I don't agree with Zajeff's perspective on anything, and particularly his takes, I think, about how like restrictions in character kits are bad. They're a balancing act. It's how they balance characters. A character being restricted in certain ways is fine if they have strengths that make up for it. I think that is the case with Chevreuse. And I also think that's the case with Emilie, where like she is restricted, very much incentivized towards, if you want to just easily use her, just do Pyro, Dendro, have burning constantly happening, and she should do well for you. But she's restricted in a way that still allows us the freedom to do different things. I think she's a really well-balanced restricted character. Like, character that's restricted for how she functions, but is well-balanced, right? Like, she has nuance in her Dendro application. Like she'd be bonkers if she had really good Dendro application. And she'd be really silly if she could just have no downside to playing Electro with her. Right? Characters need restrictions. It's just a balancing act. So, like, the criticism should not be on, like, he criticizes the restrictions, basically. The criticism should be on where the balance is in the restrictions, right? And I think he understands this, but he ends up just complaining and internalizing it as restrictions bad, is what it feels like most of the time. And also, he simps for Xingqiu too much. Like, I'm sorry. I'm to be clear, I'm a little bit of a Xingqiu hater. But anywho's, like, I had a little bit of rant. Like, yeah, Zajeff absolutely feels impossible to please, but I still suggest watching his pre-release because it's still good at like a condensed format, showing some things. I just like ramble about things. I'm pretty bad at showing things while I'm talking about them because it's just my brain, I guess. And you know, Zajeff will be able to show you some things. Like, overall, the things he said about Emilie were not wrong. I just think they're kind of founded from an incorrect perspective, particularly when you account for how most players play the game. And that's what I'm trying to like factor in like adapt for in evaluating the relevance of, like, you know, ER on Emilie, and the fact that, like, if she's good at a baseline without needing to burst every rotation, and she has the option to burst every rotation, and you can do that without her weapon, does it matter that much? If she's plenty good enough at a baseline, does it matter that her weapon is that much better? I don't think it really matters that much. It could be a problem if they start constantly making weapons like that. But it feels like a side effect more of the fact that she just doesn't have as good options. She doesn't have a universal option that is the best of both worlds, like her signature weapon is for both. Like, I don't know. Like that's one of those things, like, I can absolutely understand his side of the argument, but I have my own argument for it, right? But I don't know. I think his arguments about, like, restrictions being bad is dumb. It's like, no, it's just balance. Let's argue about the balance of the restrictions, not the restrictions themselves, right? Like, if we're gonna, like, Nilou needs to be restricted, but they could have designed Nilou's restriction to be better, to have some more team options. I think that's a very compelling argument. I would enjoy Nilou more if she had a little bit looser restrictions. I don't think Nilou is perfectly designed. But I think Chevreuse is basically perfectly designed. I think she's one of the best design characters in the game. So, anyways. Chevreuse is my favorite 4-star. Glad you got her C6. Nice, congrats. By the way, they talked about Chevreuse being, like, friends or whatever, and like work. Maybe it was work friends. I don't know. Wink, wink. I know. Whatever. Sorry, I just shouldn't incite shippers. The being friends with Emilie, like they mentioned it multiple times. Severus, Emilie, Severus and Emilie, Severus and Emilie. Please, to be clear, there's not really synergy between Severus and Emilie, but that'd be a pretty high value banner. Like running Severus with either Yelan, whether you're pulling Yelan or Emilie. Both Yelan and Emilie are relevant enough characters that running her with a Severus, who is also a relevant support character that enables different teams, would be a pretty high value banner. Please run Severus on, like, oh, they need to rerun Severus. People have realized how good Severus is now and how much she enables good teams. Like, she's not relevant for all accounts, to be clear. If you saw my AR60 account fixing video, that account had Severus, and that was actually an interesting case where, like, because they didn't have like pyro carries or electro carries that had high multiplier value, like Raiden was relevant to use with Severus in their account, but they didn't have good enough artifacts for Severus Raiden for it to be that relevant. So like it wasn't even that much of a consideration, basically. It depends on your units you have, but Severus is still a pretty compelling character at allowing you to use characters in ways in teams you might not have been able to use before. So they need to rerun her. They should prioritize it sooner rather than later, because like she's a pretty useful 4-star, and she's useful at C0. So, anywho's, yeah, I think they intended to rerun Severus with Clorand, but what I think happened with Clorand is that they designed her originally with the intention of her being better with Severus. Like with her whole like incentivizing building attack over like EM. Like I think they intended her to be a build attack, you know, a high multiplier or a high attack scaling DPS unit. But what happens, right, when they design these characters, you know what has to be done? Like, they can change multipliers all they want, right? They can change these multipliers around during beta and whatever. But what they don't change, what is pretty much baked in and locked in a lot ahead of time, is animations. They can't fully redo animations before a character's release. They can tweak multipliers. And Clorand was completely made and designed, like, visually, animation-wise, around, like, a lot of multi-hits. So they accidentally, early on in their design process, decided to do, like, fast-paced action, you know, lots of hits, gunshots, constantly, action unit, whatever. And it's visually great, but it pigeonholed them into the design of her just being an official driver, her being a reaction driver unit. And that made it so that they couldn't balance her to actually being good with Severus, which would have been better if she had, like, just more big multiplier hits, right? Rather than a ton of small multiplier hits. So, yeah, I don't know. I still think she's a bit undertuned. Like, I don't really get why they made... Like basically, Caesar or Clorand, by the way, if you're talking about Clorand with Severus, I think she's worse than Raiden in a lot of ways for Severus, notably because, like, she doesn't have off-field Electro, which makes her a lot more awkward with Severus. When I tried Severus with Severus teams with Clorand in the trials, the combat stuff that was running a little while ago, and like what happens with Severus and Raiden, right, is you can do I have one configured? I thought I could have sworn I had one configured. Oh, I do. Okay, so pretend. Wait, no, that's not. I could have sworn I had a different. Okay, well here, let me reconfigure this one to like demonstrate it properly. So we'll say Raiden here, right? Normally you would probably do Bennett, right? Bennett here, and then I'm going to talk about Xiangling here instead, because this is basically Raiden National, but you replace Xingqiu with Severus, right? And in this team, imagine playing Clorand in this team, right? So Clorand has, I'm illustrating this not because Clorand doesn't have other Severus teams, but she has less Severus teams than Raiden at a baseline. Because like this team feels kind of with not unusable, but like you have to basically start a rotation with like applying, like doing some amount of pyro or like starting a rotation with like Clorand burst, than like Chevreuse Burst, because you have to trigger an overload first to get Chevreuse buff going, right? So you do something like Chlorine Burst into Chevreuse Burst to trigger overload, then do Hold Skill to get Chevreuse buff going, and then you do Bennett EQ into Xiangling, Snapshot Bennett, and then you ride in Burst, right? That's the way this would work. Or sorry, you not ride in Burst, I'm talking about Chlorine. Then you would do ride, Chlorine's Zoopy pistol shot shenanigans on field, right? But notably, that setup means you didn't get the buff on freaking Chlorine's burst, right? Like her burst can contribute meaningful damage. Ideally, you would like to have Bennett buff and like have all your buffs going before you use Chlorine's burst to get satisfying damage out of it, right? But instead, you just have to use it for electro application in this team. So, and of course, the solution for that is just like, okay, do like Fischl instead of Xiangling here. And that's fine. It's not bad, but that's less team options than Raiden has, right? Because Raiden works really well in this team because you just press E on Raiden, and then you have overload that you can get triggered and blam, right? And then on top of all that, right, on top of this awkwardness, on top of this baseline of Chlorine has less potential Chevreuse teams than Raiden has, her total like damage output in Chevreuse teams, while not unusable by any means, is less than a C0 Raiden would be. Chlorine has the upside of being easier to build, but like, why? She already feels worse. Like, she already is worse by nature of not having any off-field electro, basically. Like, that makes her have less Chevreuse team compositions that are compelling. And they made her worse on top of that. Like, why? Why did you make Chlorine be more restrictive and have worse output in a Chevreuse team? Like would it have really hurt to have her damage output be just slightly higher than Raiden for Chevreuse? Right? But then like having damage output that's slightly higher than Raiden but has less team versatility is a perfectly fine balance, I feel like. I don't get it. But I all I can assume is they didn't want her to deal more damage than Raiden. Right? They just didn't want that, because that would be unfavorable, because they effed up on Caesar Raiden's design and they know it. So now they can't make any other on-field electro carry have baseline multipliers that can be better than the Electro Archon, because then they would anger all the people that like pull for Raiden or whatever and insist on playing Raiden C0 on a traditional emblem build that they spent 5 years of their life farming for. That's my guess. I don't know. Like, I don't get it. She's a bit undercooked is what I would say. I wish Chlorine was better. Like they absolutely could have made it so she was a bit more compelling in Chevreuse teams than she is. But she has too many layers of awkwardness and like doesn't do much, such that she just gets a pigeonholed into, oh, you do Fischl, Dendro, Chlorine, and then the spices, oh, do you use Farina or do you use Animo? Do you use Kazuha or Sucrose? That's Chlorine teams, right? Like, aw, man. But anyways, like, Chlorine Chevreuse can be functional. It's just less versatile and less good than a C0 Raiden is. And that's unfortunate. So, yep. And C0 Raiden is not like the greatest carry either. But Chlorine does have the one notable upside of being easier to build by having so much free crit rate. Raiden is an absolute butthole. One of the worst characters in the build to farm for and build, in my opinion. So, anyways, what do you think about Chlorine's last nerf? I mean, that's in conjunction. Like, why did they feel the need to make her? Like, I think she was basically equivalent to pre-nerf, if I recall. She was basically equivalent to a C0 Raiden in Chevreuse teams, and post-nerf she was worse. And I think that they could have made her slightly better than Raiden in Chevreuse teams, and it would have been fine. So I don't know. She's a fine character. It's just the state of Electro is like, if they have fast-hitting bunch of Electro application units, they have to factor in the Fischl equation. Because the more Electro application that an Electro unit has, the more damage Fischl does. Especially if they're a normal attack damage dealing unit. So like Chlorine had to be balanced around Fischl in some form. Like any on-field Electro unit would have to be. But they went down the direction of more application versus higher multipliers, and like it would have been better if they just went down the direction of higher multipliers, but the way that the animations, the way that they made her at a baseline, they couldn't actually restructure her to make her function properly, is my guess. And what we got was, you know, a Chevreuse trial. We got a Cloran team where Chevreuse was in the trial and they didn't run Chevreuse with her because they knew that they accidentally ended up designing her in ways that worked better with Dendro rather than with Chevreuse. So I think they effed up. That's my theory. Anyways, Emilie. Let me check my notes. Is there anything I didn't talk about? Talked about Burst, talked about MH, I talked about Deepwood and whatever on her earlier on. I'm going to go back to the other team.
This will
Arlecchino. Arlecchino, Yai. This is still my favorite Chevreuse team. The idea with the Chevreuse team is, one, you're freed from Bennett, no circle impact BS. Like Bennett is better for Arlecchino's damage, obviously, in this team. There's a reason. If I want to use Yai in another team, I could still compellingly use Bennett here. But the idea is, right, if you have 1 unit, 2 unit, a 3 unit that all take advantage of like a 40% attack buff from Chevreuse, well, that's a lot of attack percent distributed over 3 different units, right? And no worry of having to deal with BS from Benny Circle Impact, but you know, I don't know. I'm not saying I recommend this team over Bennett instead of Yai, but I like it more. It feels more free-flowing. It adjusts to new waves faster. I like it. It's my favorite Chevreuse team variation, but yeah. Anywho's. C0 Raiden is a driver, C2 is a DPS. Yeah, I agree. And that's not how I think they intended Raiden originally. I think they effed up on Raiden's original design, and now I think Clorand is evidence of them not wanting other Electro units to be better than Raiden, because that would be a bad look for them to like make money off of. Bad look and bad business decision as far as making money for how they designed her. But who's the character on the left? I don't know. This is an unreleased character. I'm secretly running a pre-release build for Genshin version 7.8. He's a new character. He's actually a 7-star, and I somehow got like lucky, and like it's only like a, like, you know how like it's a 0.6% chance to get a 5-star? This character is like a 0.006% chance, and somehow in a single temple I got 3. Like, it's crazy. And he's kind of insane. Look forward to him. Just in case anyone is not aware, sarcasm. Or satire, I don't know. Satire, I think, is probably the correct word there. Wondering, you lost a 50-50 yesterday at Chi-Chi. So early, so it was okay. Yeah, nice. 50-50. Yeah, when you get an early, especially if they're early, like if it's like a 20-50 early, even if they're 50-50 losses, they're kind of great. Should you still go for Farina, or should you save for Emilie? Farina is likely to be the higher value pull, but take a look and like evaluate based on like the healers you have in your account, because again, Farina's value is tied to the relevance of healers. But yeah, it's very likely that Farina will be way more valuable than Emilie. But at the same time, you might get more convenient ease of use out of Emilie. You know, if you have you have a number of different like pyro carries. Like if you have like a, you know, Hu Tao vape team you like to use, and you don't have like, because you're doing Hu Tao vape and you want to do another like Arlecchino team on the other side of Abyss or whatever, it might give you reason to build, you know, have Emilie for doing Emilie Animo unit, whatever, right? So, anyways, yeah, Emilie is much more of a, you just build her for crit and use her in teams that you want to use her in. I think both of them are valuable units to potentially get, but Farina has much more potential relevance. She's much more of an enabler at a baseline, but also is a bit more complicated to think about and getting the full value out of, potentially. So, what do you expect on Natlan? I mean, we've had a couple leaks, by the way, that have said that supposedly there's a new game mode, and I think the last leak was it's a new non-resin game mode, which, okay. I don't know what non-resin is a weird way to describe it. I hope it means that it's like a game mode that has options for like difficult combat situations.
that are fun in some way, like incentivize me to use different characters potentially. I don't know, right? Theater is a baseline. Like they could really significantly tweak theater and make it interesting. But as far as but if theater was meant to be like the roguelite mode for Genshin, good God, is it a failure? I hope they substantially tweak it. It needs major reworks to be actually interesting to play. More than once, to be clear, right? It can be fun once. Like, embrace the RNG. If you have all the characters ready and you embrace the RNG, then it's can be fun once. But anyways, like, yeah, non-resin like TCG, maybe, I don't know. But I think it was specified as combat. But anywho's, we'll see, right? Like, either way, like I'll remain optimistic with minor things like that being leaked, and the fact that they made new endgame combat that they need to do better at making ones that are actually more fun. It blows my mind, like, man, how freaking fun the combat is in ZZZ, and from as far as I can tell, it has a couple different game modes that are much better designed. Like, it has an Abyss equivalent, to be clear, but then it has a, you know, roguelite mode that is actually fun. And then I think they have another game mode that I haven't unlocked yet, as far as I understand. Like, this game just launched. This game's been out for 4 years, and it, like, no game mode touches on the true potential of the shenanigans that you could potentially do in Genshin. Like, oh man. So I don't know. I'll remain hopeful that they're gonna continue trying to add stuff that gives us fun things to do with characters, right? That's kind of all I want. I just want more fun ways to use the characters. Give me more reason to use and play with the characters I like, Mihoyo. So, yeah, they did acknowledge some issues with the theater. I don't think they acknowledged the right issues, personally. Like they acknowledged the randomization doesn't work as we had, as is ideal. I don't think that's the fundamental issue. So, I don't know. But yeah, at least the fact that they acknowledge the issues and they're going to tweak it is something. I think the Natlan Archon might be a whimsical enabler. I highly doubt it. I wouldn't count on it. That would require her giving Bond of Light. I don't know. The only gimmick from what we've seen from Natlan, right? I look forward to it and seeing what they do. The only gimmick we've seen from character kits seems to be that they all have a movement gimmick, which kind of feels like I'm not gonna lie, them adding a bunch of movement gimmicks. I like when characters have, like, part of what makes Arlecchino feels good as she is, on top of her, you know, having like her infusion that carries over when you're swapped out or whatever, is her movement abilities. So her ability to move across the battlefield fast is good. Having minor movement abilities and kits is good. It seems to be in Natlan, like, the point of the movement abilities might just be for exploration. And I don't know, Mihoyo's approach for, like, adding movement abilities to characters kit that are relevant for exploration is a bit rough in conjunction with, you know, their only real competitor, which is good that it exists now. But Wuthering Waves, right? Like, oh, you have a 5-star Dendro character releasing in 5.0 that has a grapple hook. In Wuthering Waves, you just have a grapple hook. Like, having exploration abilities on individual characters requires using those characters. Like even Cloud Retainer, as excellent as she is, she's like a grappling hook and a speed running unit, and all in one with C1 at least. Like, she moves as fast as Yelan, but also has vertical utility and like ridiculous, right? But like Cloud Retainer is still annoying because, like, I don't want to always use my, like, I want to play like this team in Overworld, but like, oh, okay, well, I want to use Cloud Retainer because I need to go from point A to B faster. I want to have a better exploration experience. I have to constantly go on this screen and constantly switch to her. So, like, giving characters abilities that are exploration abilities is good. Giving more characters exploration abilities is good. But it doesn't solve the fundamental issue where, like, if you want exploration just feel better in general, when I go to Mondstadt and don't have, like, the grapple things that are all over the place, like in this area or wherever, right? Just make a gadget. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, like, the wall climbing is very good in Wuthering Waves too. Like, to be clear, I don't think just releasing a grapple hook gadget in Genshin would make it be like, oh, suddenly, like, Genshin's vertical, like, they don't have to be designed the same. I want to acknowledge that. But it kind of feels like me, they're just like, oh, crap. Players are enjoying how, like, much freedom of movement there is in Wuthering Waves, our main competitor. Let's solve that problem by adding exploration gimmicks to our version 5.0 characters. It's not the way to solve the problem. Whatever. right? Like, whatever. So, I don't know. What I will say, though, is if the movement gimmicks are integrated with their kit in some other way, or let's imagine, right, the artifact set has to deal with movement in some form, right? Like, if I've always wanted them, I think the artifact system in Genshin is pretty interesting at a baseline, but then it's kind of underutilized in its potential because most of the artifact sets in the game do little more than just different ways of giving stats to your characters. That's basically all they do. There's some that do different things, like there's Ocean Dew Clam that has an additional effect that happens. There is like Thundering Fury, right? There is some cool design ideas in there that they do that aren't just directly giving stats, right? So if one of the main artifact sets in Natlan is in 5.0, not just Natlan in general, is, you know, movement speed buffing, and then I don't know, like a 30% movement speed increase on, like, well, that would be really weird, right? I don't think it'd be 30%, but let's just dream. Let's dream of a 30% movement speed increase on like the two-piece, and then the 4-piece bonus is like when it's like the Abyss Blessing or something, right? Where like when you do a dash or something, you get like damage bonus kind of thing. That could be cool. Can you stop speaking for more than 2 seconds? What do you mean? What? Okay. Now I lost my train of thought completely. Natlan. Austin, the game was silent too in that moment, and that was good. That was good. All right. Yeah. I'm interested in what they do.
Let's head off.
I hope they do some more interesting things with the artifacts. So if they integrate the movement gimmicks with something else, right? With some other layer of interaction that's not just this exists for exploration, I like it. I don't know. Thanks for reminding me to drink water. It was a nice... Telling me to stop talking is a good... Like that. The problem that happens is probably why I sometimes get exhausted in my streams, is because I maybe don't shut up. and then I just don't drink water for like an hour and a half straight. And it's like, why did I have a headache? Gee, I wonder. Anyways. So, anywho's. Yeah. I hope Natlan introduces, like, I want Natlan to be a bit more than like, hey, new story, new characters, new exploration gimmick. Like, Mihoyo really loves their formula, right? And I get it. The formula makes money. But a solid formula, when you've been playing the game for years and you can see the formula and see them doing the same things over and over, makes for a more boring game. And we play games to have fun. Generally speaking, if we're getting bored of a game, it means we're less likely to play. I think sticking to the formula too much can cause them to bite themselves in the butt. And I'm assuming they will have some gimmick with Natlan that will engage. I have no idea what the gimmick on Natlan is going to be on a mechanical level. I think that idea, what I mentioned with movement, incentivizing like movement, could be really fun, right? A part of what makes, like, I wasn't originally going to post like a first impressions, like just a rambly video of talking about how much I like actually am enjoying ZZZ right now. I think a big part of it is how like fast and fluid the movement feels in the game. And they could lean into that in some way with the Natlan gimmick, right? So, I don't know. We'll see. Never stop speaking, or people who use your streams to fall asleep will suddenly wake up in the silence. Well, I apologize if anyone woke up. Drinking ASMR win. I mean, I don't know. 50k. Ask me again at 50k. Maybe I'll do a really stupid stream where all I do is drink water.
Yeah. Time to go.
Exactly.
All right. I enjoy sometimes ZZZ, sometimes not. Definitely not feeling it as must to do my dailies as Genshin. I think that's a good part about the game. Like, I have kind of felt that similarly in that, like, I care less about the gacha structures in the game because the game feels much better just on its own right. Like, I don't know. It's the first like, I told my friends that, like, normally, like I didn't recommend, like, to be clear, I think, like, HSR is a pretty good product. There is a lot of compelling things about HSR and, like, playing it just, like, for the story, ignoring the freaking gacha. They did a good job with HSR on that level, at least. I think, but I didn't never really recommended HSR to them heavily because despite there being some interesting things in the combat, it, I think, is a lot flawed, very flawed in a lot of ways. And tends towards horrible good God, how much worse I really think the grind, like, of, like, building characters is awful. Mostly because the relic system, I think, is a lot worse in Star Rail, but it's also the relic system in conjunction with how characters are designed in Star Rail, with, like, it's just breakpoints .game, like farm for breakpoints all the time, every day. Like, it's awful. Awful. Like imagine energy recharge, you know, needing to reach breakpoints, but instead of there being some nuance to it, it's like you need, like not only is there less nuance like there is with energy in Genshin because of, like, the layers of interaction between how different characters generate particles or whatever, and how you can, like, switch to a character to, like, catch particles, yada yada yada, and fab existing, blah blah blah. Like, Genshin's, like, energy recharge is, like, the one thing that like, is a stat breakpoint that matters for builds. In Star Rail, for those that aren't familiar, the artifact system in that game, one, no off pieces is a problem. To keep it simple, it's a much bigger problem than I thought it would originally be when I first started playing Star Rail. And then two, most of the stats in the game in conjunction with character kits have some kind of layers of reaching breakpoints to fully utilize things, like, properly. So, like, it's like if there was not nuance to energy in Genshin, you always just had to hit a specific amount of energy. There is an energy thing in Star Rail too. So you have, like, energy requirements on characters. You have a stat called speed, which is only relevant if you hit certain breakpoints. So you can, it's literally the rare substat in the game. You can get, like, 3 substats of it, but you might need that 4th substat to be able to actually reach the next breakpoint. So the previous 3 substats that you got lucky with were actually useless. Insane. So you have, like, speed breakpoints, you have effect hit rate breakpoints, you have, sometimes you have other breakpoints just based on characters' kits that, like, incentivize you to hit breakpoints to fully utilize their kit. Like, it's breakpoints, 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 breakpoints. Like, it's so bad. It's so awful in Star Rail. And by the way, I don't know that much about the artifact equivalent system in ZZZ yet. I think it's better than Genshin. Like, it has no off piece, but it has no off piece because you have 4-piece bonuses and 2-piece bonuses. But it's like in Genshin, if you just had an additional artifact slot, like I think ZZZ system is, like, there's only 4-piece sets in the game. There's not this ornaments and relics like Star Rail has, that you farm separately for. It's the same thing from what I understand, and you have 6 slots instead of 5. But then you only have 4-piece bonuses. So that means you can do a 4-piece set and a 2-piece. And in conjunction with that, they have 2-piece crit rate. There's a 2-piece crit rate set. That's a pretty big deal. It's only 8% crit rate, but that means you can do, like, 4-piece set that's good and then get free crit rate. Like, I think it's a lot better than Genshin. And like, it looks like to me they learned some lessons from Star Rail's relic system, but also the game is not designed around breakpoints as far as I'm aware. I think there's one, I mean, to be clear, some characters might have, like, breakpoints that you want to hit for getting the most value out of their buffs or whatever the frick going on, right? But it's much more similar in Genshin, wherein, like, not need to hit breakpoint to make sure characters kit functions sometimes, like Star Rail has. So anyways, I don't recommend Star Rail to people because of, like, those problems that I've had, and I'm not even going to talk about all the things of, like, how I don't think they designed the element system in Star Rail well. And to be clear, I can't really properly evaluate the element system in ZZZ yet, but at a baseline, right? ZZZ is the most positive impression I've had, and I have like 15-ish, maybe 20, I don't know. It's hard to gauge. I spent at least 8 hours playing on Friday instead of making a video. And then I was up until like 3 a.m. finishing the poems only video. Oops. Like I had such a positive first impression that I told my friends, I was like, you know, don't spend money, don't get baited, like, you know, but I'm very curious what your guys' impression would be of playing this game. Like, it's the game that I feel like has justified the most of any gacha game that I've played. It's the game that feels like on first impression has justified the most it having gacha to as a monetization system. It's a really good game at a baseline, is my current feeling. Genshin has so many flaws, like I can't recommend it. I would love to have my friends like be into Genshin as mechanically as much as I am and chat with them about like how the team building and like different ways, the crazy nuance of using different characters together. But like it would take them literally years, or probably literally a year, to be able to get to the point of doing that. Like, it's insane. I don't think ZZZ has that problem. It's so much easier to recommend to people, is my current feeling. Because it's so much better of a game just at a baseline. My opinion might change. I want to emphasize that. But anyways, I was going to post that video, but then I ended up learning, like, when I was about to edit it, then that's when I actually ended up learning some stuff about the artifact system, and I'm like, ah, frick. I feel like the fact that this artifact system equivalent might be a lot better than Genshin 2 is worth mentioning as well. Because, like, having, like, more, like, it has a number of sets in, like, that 2-piece crit rate set. There's enough ways to get, like, crit rate in different ways compared to, like, Genshin and the set bonuses thing. Giving more flexibility, I think, to make it so, like, you know, crit is a little bit less relevant, and like attack percent main set isn't like as bad kind of thing on your weapons in ZZZ. The best way I can actually illustrate this is, I think, and I haven't done my own calc right, but I looked at Pridewind's calculations for the signature weapon for the Shark Lady in ZZZ, and I'm comparing this to Genshin, right? So like compared to you know, like a big crit stat stick weapon, like Freena's stick or whatever. Let's ignore the nuance of that being a bad weapon because of no Freena's ER needs. But the DPS unit that's currently running, the 5-star with the weapon that exists, gives something insane like 44% crit rate, I think, to the character. That's like holy fuck, that's a lot of crit rate, right? And that makes it seem super desirable. But because there's other avenues to get crit rate, the relative and less avenues to get attack percent, like, you know, no Bennett, right? Then, well, I think there kind of is a Bennett, but either way, like, the second best weapon option for that character is the standard banner 5-star weapon that just gives a bunch of attack percent, is my point I'm leading to here. And it's only worse despite the fact that her weapon gives 44% crit rate. That's an insane amount of crit, like so much crit that you feel like that weapon should be insanely better. Yeah, Lucy gives attack, and so does I think the blue girl also gives attack, so Kaku. So saying there's no Bennett is slightly kind of wrong, because there's other attack buffs. There's attack buffs in the game, right? But my point is, like, they managed to balance it in a way, it seems like, assuming Pridewind's calculations are not completely off, that the standard banner weapon that doesn't give any crit, just attack percent, is like in the 10%, I think less than 10%. I think it was like 7% better from what I recall. Like 7% better, despite the fact that the signature weapon offers 44 crit rate and some damage bonus, I believe. Like crit has normally, like in Genshin equivalent, right? Crit is so valuable that weapon would probably be a lot better than an attack percent weapon, right? Like, the closest comparison I'd probably have is like, frick, what's the closest comparison? I don't even know. It just seems more balanced, right? Like, it's really kind of all it is. And that makes it easier to build characters. And if it's easier to build characters by because there's more access to the stats that are most relevant to increase your character's DPS, like crit. And I'm not saying crit is the most relevant stat in ZZZ. I don't know enough about the game to like evaluate the relevance of every single stat right now. But I'm assuming crit is going to be one of the more valuable stats, right? I don't think that's wrong. But it seems better balanced in that, like, there's enough other avenues to get the crit that right now it seems like the like farming experience will be less need to chase the rarest stats. That's my current impression. I could be wrong. But that lessens the gacha BS again, right? It lessens the annoyance, the gacha grind. There's less need to be like, I need to log in every day to be able to like build my characters kind of thing. Because like someone logging into Genshin once or twice a week, if they want to build their Arlecchino, well, okay, Arlecchino's a bad example because she's good enough that you can have. I intend to make a video, hopefully eventually soon, TM, of Arlecchino with no crit substats, like no crit Arlecchino. I'll probably still, well, I don't know. I'll probably do her no crit on artifacts, but just a crit weapon, and also no crit weapon at all, like maybe Miss Wind Spear or something, I don't know. And see how it does, but do I play Genshin? I don't know. Do I play Genshin? Do I play Genshin? So, anywho's, yeah, like it seems well balanced in a way that like the farming misery shouldn't be as high, is my glance through guess. There's enough similar structures that I think I can get that vibe and from my understanding of Star Rails systems and Genshin systems, and my current understanding of ZZ systems, that I think I can gauge that, and I think I'm correct on that judgment, and that's a really good thing. Because again, it means it's more its own game. There's less need to be like, I need to log in every day. It can be more of a game that I think you could feel fine with logging in every few days, every other day kind of thing. Like, yeah, you're going to miss out on a little bit of your gems to be able to pull for your characters, but we'll see how relevant it is the need to pull constant characters versus just getting the characters you like. I don't know, right? So, I like ZZZ, and I did not expect to like it this much. They've done a very good job. I can't express enough. Like, I have very little to criticize about it other than just typical, it's a gacha game still. If you're like weak to gambling addiction, right? If you have gambling problems, if you can't have the mindset of like being able to not spend money, you probably shouldn't play it, right? Because it's still a gacha game. It's still doing some of the gacha BS. But, yeah. Is this the Genshin killer? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, what game would I rather be playing right now? Like, look what I'm doing in Genshin. This is what endgame Genshin is for me, right? Because there's nothing to actually do that's fun. And Genshin endgame is, I mean, not nothing, to be clear. But Genshin endgame for me is rambling about what character kits do for several hours. Like, that's Genshin endgame for me. I'd be like, wow, look at all these things this character could do. If only there was more content to actually do the thing is. Yeah, the real game is hopping around while yapping. So, anywho's. Yeah, I kind of like almost everything about ZZZ. So, anywho's, yeah, if you just want it for gambling, you know, it's not gonna, I don't know, play Wuthering Waves. You'll probably feel like Wuthering Waves is more generous because they gave you 100 pulls in the mail because their launch was so bad that you can just, I don't know, right? Go just keep on making brand new accounts in Wuthering Waves and using the crap you get in the mail if all you want is a gambling game, I guess. Genshin Endgame is staring at Lisa and Shenhe. True. Alright, anyways, questions about Emilie? I knew I'd get distracted. Also, I should log on to my main or Polarm account. You gonna do videos of ZZZ? I'll probably, I think my intention is to hopefully do a still like a first impression style video where some of the stuff I mentioned here. But it'll probably be like a ZZZ one week later, or something like that. Video is my current guess. That'll give me a few days to organize my thoughts on a little bit better. I have a whole bunch of footage. It's gonna be a more annoying video to edit because like I want like B-roll of different things. This is my Arlecchino build, 4-piece gladiator. It's a bit skewed because, you know, crit damage character with crit damage ascending character with crit damage weapon. Like I have pretty good artifacts, but you know, even with a very good amount of crit rate, it's still a little bit skewed towards crit damage, obviously. And then I do have this that gives more crit rate. I think this piece is basically almost the same as far as like Arlecchino's damage output as this piece is, but it's not better enough for me to care. And in particular, when I didn't have the stupid, I have the stupid buff going from the theater, which I wish I could disable, because without that buff, my Arlecchino would. This is the main reason I'm using this piece. And have a slightly more scuff crit ratio than I could otherwise have. She has 22,300 HP exactly. I like that. This is a very, very strong Arlecchino. I believe, like, if you want relative comparisons to your Arlecchino, if you're using Akasha, and again, don't build characters just because I need to get top 1%. But Akasha can be useful too for comparison. That's why I'm saying this. This is a top 1% Arlecchino in Overload, and I think it's like top 3% in Vape. So, if you're comparing it to yours. I love sick girls per. Appreciate it. And we will work with a new Dendro guy. I mean, we don't know what the Dendro dude's kit is. So, maybe? Like, he is Dendro, and Emilie doesn't have anti-synergy with other Dendro units. If the new guy is just a Dendro on-fielder, I am curious how they're going to differentiate him from the god of all Dendro users. Differentiate him from other Dendro on-fielders, like Alhaitham, notably, assuming he's a 5-star. But, like, yeah. So, I don't know. I can't think of many reasons to do... I don't know. Like, assuming he's just, like, a Dendro on-fielder, I assume he won't just be, like, a spread DPS like Alhaitham, right? If he is just a spread DPS like Alhaitham, then there's probably no reason to pull him if you have Alhaitham. Does Emilie work with Cat? Probably. How much will Emilie benefit Polearms Only? Remind me when I go back to Polearms Only. I can talk about her there. She should be very good in Polearms Only. If a character is versatile on a normal account, that usually means they're versatile on a Polearm account. But especially factoring the fact that Emilie's main thing is, like, she wants pyro with her. She wants burning happening. And what element is most common for polearms? Oops. Hu Tao too. So yeah, Emilie should be pretty good, and Emilie is and Polearm Zone is pretty lacking in off-field DPS options, and she's a compelling off-field DPS option, right? She should actually pretty significantly improve the relevance of, like, using Hu Tao again. She might actually improve some like Raiden Hyperbloom by doing, like, double Dendro Hyperbloom stuff, reducing the inconsistency of, like, Yao's targeting stuff. That won't take that much advantage out of Emilie's own personal damage, but it still might be compelling. She will enable Sinnoh to be useful, and there might be some potential for, like, Burgeon shenanigans with Toma, right? We'll have to work around with it, but, like, Polearms Only is actually pretty well suited to be able to utilize Emilie quite well. So, Emilie with Kirara though. Okay, first of all, so Emilie with the Dendro Claymore dude, assuming he's, like, an on-fielder, which he might not be. I don't know. But let's assume he is. Because I think they particularly in 0.0 patches, when I think they have some returning players, they tend to go with more flashy on-field units, is my assumption. Because they're more simple and attractive to the average player, is what I would say, the casual player base especially, who just, like, likes to whack with characters and see them doing things. Who would win, Shanks or Mihawk? I have no idea what that is, so I have no way to answer. But, like, if he is, like, similar-ish to Alhaitham, is there any Alhaitham team that works with Emilie? I don't know, you could do Emilie, Alhaitham with a low, like normally you would do Alhaitham, right, with Nahida oftentimes. Do I have an Alhaitham team configured? I don't, because, oops. But like I was doing, right, Alhaitham, Nahida, the hydro unit probably, and then like Kuki or something, right? Kuki for making sure you have some electro at least, but that's a circumstance, right, where in what I talked about before, where Emilie with a low amount of electro application, where you can still trigger burning consistently, could be very good. So the idea would be, instead of doing getting some incidental additional hyper blooms, you still need it, and you do some overburn with Alhaitham, right? And that might be what the Dendro 5-star could be used with. It's probably the same style of thing. Wherein, right, you do Alhaitham, Emilie, your electro unit, because you need spread happening for Alhaitham, and the new Dendro might not be designed around spread. It might be designed around some gimmick that restricts them, that wants to do other things, you know. And then I don't know. You got who do you do for a pyro unit? And that's actually a team contest where, so we don't have off-field pyro, right? Unironically, Dia may be the best option. Dia would be a little bit of interruption resistance for Alhaitham, keeps the burning stuff going, and that's basically it. You could do Bennett probably, if you wanted. But honestly, that's actually a team circumstance where the Pyro Archon would make sense, right? Doing an on-field Dendro unit plus Emilie, plus a off-field Pyro Applier. That also buff the team a little bit. Could be compelling, right? So, yeah. But yeah, Dia would keep burning happening, but not. I don't think it would be that hard to make sure, like with Kuki there, or Raiden. They're both low electro appliers that shouldn't interfere much with the burning, so you can get the full damage from Emilie, is my guess. But you get a little bit of additional overload damage, and then Kuki would be your healer, and also enable spread, right, for Alhaitham. I think it'd work. I think it'd be a fun team. I'll try it, definitely. I'll add that to my notes. Alhaitham, Emilie. That might give me more reason to actually use Alhaitham if I enjoy those teams. So, that's good. And yeah, but as far as we don't know what the freaking character's kit is in whatever. You're pulling, watch a couple of your videos after pulling for Cloran, and I just wanted to ask, what do you think of Cloran, Farina, Yelan, Senyun? I don't think Cloran has active, everything around Cloran's kit basically does not do plunge things, because does she gives herself an infusion? Like, can she even... I think when she's plunging, she just does physical damage, right? If she does doing electro damage, it's not theoretically terrible, but I don't know, right? Does Emilie's kit scale with attack? Yes. Scales an attack. She's an attack skiller. You basically just build a crit and attack. Nope, Cloran can't plunge while her E is active. That's kind of what I thought. She literally can't plunge at all. Okay. So, yeah. I mean, look, Shanyun can still be VV. She can still be a team-wide healer. But Jean, realistically, is probably better in that context, right? The plunge synergy ain't there, unfortunately. But yeah, Yelan is perfectly fine as an option. Buffs a little bit, does some Hydra application. It's electro charge. You're doing some fun electro charge things. But yeah, Jean would probably be better. I don't think it's necessarily going to be amazing though. Like, you're going to gain more value from Cloran as soon as you swap out like Yelan for Nahida or Freyna even potentially, right? Or Shanyun, realistically, right? To put having a stroke against a Dendro healer like Baiju or whatever instead of Shanyun, right? So, anywho's. Especially if it's a C2 gene. Oh yeah, true. I forgot about C2 gene. Yes. C2 gene because the attack speed increase is actually potentially... I don't know how much of a DPS increase that is for Cloran, but it could be relevant. And movement speed is probably not that relevant, but something.
You are not welcome here.
pain. I only have 3, right? Yeah. Oh wait, I have 40 more resin I can condense. We'll go into poems only, I think, after this. Maybe? I need a crit rate circlet or a crit damage circlet with crit substat, to be clear. Maybe. Maybe. I would prefer crit damage, but, you know. We take what we can get. Crit rate might be what... If I end up using 5 on her forever, then crit rate might be fine and preferred. How much damage did Siege Wing do? A meaningful amount. If only Dendro, man. If only Dendro. I'll take it. I don't know. If Shenhe ever reruns, I am going to be using Cryo Units a lot more, so I will take it. So, anyways. This Siege Marine build is why I'm like... I think it's worth, like, embracing how Mihoyo kind of designed Siege Wing to have, like, yeah, she has a Nubilet charge attack in her burst. If you build her for damage, and it's a high investment thing to do. But, really? There we go. If you build her for damage and use her on a team that allows her to, like, have that short field time requirement, she can be pretty decent. Especially in conjunction that she's still, like, a generically useful healer with Farina. A lot of her relevance is... Oh my god. I finally got one. To be clear, I would have preferred in this instance that I've spent so much resin in this domain, man. I have never gotten a crit damage circlet in Gilded Dreams with a crit rate subset. Wow. I would have really preferred that was in this instance for my Emilie. I would have really preferred that was Deepwood. But also double defense, yeah, I know, right? It could still go very wrong. But also it's been a slight issue. Like I would actually prefer Alhaitham. I have Alhaitham's signature, but I'm a little bit of a goober, and this looks so much better on him. And also, it's situationally, like, it's basically equivalent to his signature, and I think it's actually situationally better because of his signature's passive being kind of goofy. But like, I didn't have a crit damage circlet in Gilded Dreams to put on him, so I might be able to do that now. Let's see. We'll find out. EM attack percent would be nice for a substat. What's that circlet? The one that was on Alhaitham? It's a pretty good one. It just doesn't have much crit. Oh! Alright. The double low roll, to be clear. I have faith. I have faith that this is going to be a good Alhaitham piece. And I can switch to Jade Cutter. Alright.
Wait. Huh? No.
Okay, I think I need a different goblet. I have too much crit rate. Okay. I mean, you know what's funny? That what's funny is this means that the perfect rolls would be entirely into EM, technically. Like... Okay. Alright, Mihoyo. Alright, Mihoyo. I would be super down. It actually would not be good, because it'd be preferable to have it roll crit so that I have, like, more versatility with other things. And also, like, if it rolls into crit rate, I can just switch to, like, this piece that has less crit rate, right? Like, the CV is worse, but if I don't need more than 100% crit rate, right? So I can switch to this, and this would be better if I roll. So it's better if it rolls crit, technically. But I kind of, just for the satisfaction level of having exactly 100, I mean, I kind of want to see it. I don't think I'll actually stick to this build. I think my other lo-fi build is still a lot better. But Anyway, I was saving this to get like an Emilie piece, but you know. I mean, it's good. It rolled twice into. This is my circlet luck, by the way. I never ever get circlets that roll more than like twice into crit rate or crit damage crit rate for the substat. Never. Like I have like I think one circlet maybe that has more than 2 rolls into crit. I may probably more than that, but like if I do have circlets that roll more than twice into crit, it's always low rolls. Like let me like this is like the one. It's on my Yai that has like rolled. Oh my god, it's actually like a lot of crit, right? And then there's like this, which is like technically it rolled more than twice into crit, but it's low rolls, so it's like and same thing here. And then this is high rolls, so it's only twice into crit, and then twice like I cannot get a lot of crit on my circlets. So that's actually for my standards a very good circlet. Like this was 3 roll, right? That's the most crit rate I have on any crit damage substat piece. I've never gotten anything with more crit rate than this Maiden's piece. And that was just 2 rolls in the crit rate. It was max rolls. Like I have such terrible circlet luck. But it doesn't matter. This is still a really good piece. I'll definitely keep it. But I don't think like I don't think this Alhaitham build is actually better. Now that I think about it. Unless I have oh yeah, I got this yesterday, and this was a really weird piece. I'm probably gonna end up throwing it away because I think I have good enough other Deepwood pieces or Gilded Dreams pieces that I don't need this. But this is technically this was a 0 death stat 4 line I got yesterday, and it's just weird. It's a weird piece. But yeah, if I switch to this piece, I don't really think I have a different. No, there's nothing better to switch there. I could maybe actually. Oh, you know what? I could do. Yeah, I could do that. Except here, do this. And then do this. And then do this. There we go.
Wait.
There we go.
Huh?
That looks more proper. Right. But also, if I want to switch back, let's see, I guess, what the... So I might want that Dendro Goblet for some other Dendro character that I'm more interested in playing. Also the ER. I didn't look at the ER. I mean, that looks pretty good, too. I do like having near 100% crit rate. That's kind of satisfying. Also, I think I need the ER. Yeah, I think I might need the ER. So, I don't know. I think I'm going to try that build on him next. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And this also gives my... gives this piece. I would love to be able to put this on Yai eventually. This is cracked. But yeah, I've gotten this piece. I've gotten a lot of Gilded Dreams pieces in farming for Emilie. And now I only need Emilie. Now I just need an Emilie circlet. So of course, that's great. I'm down to the curse of farming for one specific artifact, which is circlets for Emilie, and that sucks. I hate whenever you're in that circumstance. It's when artifact farming is the worst. Oh well. There he goes. There you go. There you go, boy. And this build has 40 more EM than the other one did too, by the way. So the higher crit rate I think is better. So anyways, it's slightly imbalanced. That's the ER there was 120. So anywho's, I still have 40 resin technically. It's a weird artifact. You would love to have it. Yeah, I mean, I just have good enough other artifacts that I think its stat distribution is weird enough. I don't know when I would actually use it. I don't know. It's potentially really good on Yai as far as stat value goes. Like 4 line 0 dead stats. Like Yai would love this, but I also have this. Like I think this is better. Just like the higher CV does end up making it beat out this, even with the additional roll value, additional couple rolls of EM and whatever. So I don't know, right? It's just hard for me to gauge. Like I would appreciate that piece more if it was a feather, for example, right? Because I have less good options in different feathers, whereas I have more options. Like I have this piece, and I have this piece, and I have this piece. Like, what is this better for me in this situation, right? It's a very good piece. I'm not gonna default to throwing it away right away, but it is not. It's high on the priority list of throwing away. If I need the XP, I should say. If I end up not getting my, Emilie circlet until the end of time, then, I don't need to. Don't need to throw it away. I might end up getting enough XP, but I don't know. But when it comes to the artifacts that are on that middle ground of I can't really find a situation where I can think it would be useful sooner rather than later. And I need the XP now for a piece that is good enough that it's relatively low risk to feed it in and get a better piece out of it that will be useful now. And then I might do that, right? But I still have a few weeks before Emilie comes out, though I still have to do her like pre-farming or whatever, so we'll see. Team is better, Chlorine, Farina, Nahida, Jean, or Chlorine, Farina, Yelan, Jean. The only... almost assuredly the Nahida variation. The only struggle there will be, well, making sure you swirl Electro will be quite hard. You really want to use Fischl with her. Like, my suggestion would be Chlorine, Farina, Nahida, Fischl, if you realistically want it to be quite compelling, and then Nahida on Prototype Amber. Because then you're, the healing from Prototype Amber in conjunction with Chlorine's self-healing should be enough to get a meaningful amount of value from Chlorine's buff, or from Farina's buff, right? It's one of the actual benefits of Chlorine, is you don't need a dedicated healer with her. But I would still definitely recommend Prototype Amber in that context, so that you can get some team-wide healing going, which is additional damage bonus and keeps your off-fielders alive a little bit more if they get whacked occasionally. So, yeah. That would probably be my vote, but Chlorine, Farina, and Nahida Jean should be better. It's just, you're going to have a really hard time trying to swirl Electro in that team if your purpose for Jean there is like VV for Chlorine, right? Nilu skill, normal attack skill. I need to do a Nilu vape build eventually. I keep forgetting to. We don't actually wait. Well, you know what? She's having a rerun soon. The time to do that is when she's rerunning. So look forward to that. Nilu vape. I will try to do that. I certainly have a couple of options for for enabling that. I have so many 5-star swords at this point in the game. God damn! Look how. Okay, can I make this work? Oh, but Nilu... Damn. The problem is, right, obviously I need to do... Wait, No? I think... So, right, obviously, if I put Farina with Nilu, it's going to be a lot harder to vape with Nilu, duh, right? Alright, here's live theory crafting for you. So, Nilu... We can trigger this without Farina, right? If we do burning and virgin shenanigans. So, the idea, 4-piece martial slate's like, god damn, how good this looks on her. Jesus. Like, to be clear, I actually like how Kiev Gauch's looks, because it looks like a prop, like a dancing prop thing, and like orange and blue contrast is really good. I don't agree with the fact that it's ugly, but this... Damn. Like, wow. Why is Farina's signature weapon so much better on other characters? Anywho's, not that it looks bad on Farina, it's just like, this looks better. Anywho's, right, we just need HP increasing or decreasing. So, without Farina, we do a vape Nilu. Do I basically do this team, right? But then do Nilu here? And then not Sijuin, to be clear. Where? I'm having a stroke. Help. Help. Where Nilu? There she is.
Oh,
So vape Nilu.
Coming.
We need burning happening to take some self-damage. We probably still want a healer. Wait, maybe we do Sijuin. Do Sijuin. Does EZZ have co-op? I saw some reference to co-op in some screen of the game, but I don't actually know. I'm not sure. They definitely should, because like it could have some really fun co-op content if they structure it well. I agree. The idea here, right, is you have burning happening. We might need a healer, right, to make sure we don't die. And she might be ideal, not because like, oh, skill buffing on these two, and like these two are not gonna. This is gonna be a bad team. Okay, no, I don't know. Do I just do like? Man, Vape Nilu is not easy to make work. Like I'm resistant to doing Xiangling to enable Vape. To be clear, I think Xiangling might be the obvious answer for Vape Nilu. Unfortunately, if Emilie existed, I would probably consider like Emilie Nilu Nahida Dia, right? But she's not until second half. Thoughts on Nilu's skin? I think it's worse than this one, but I won't be buying it. I don't want to use Xiangling, man. I want to know. I want to try to make this work. But who do I put as the right? Like Nilu should be able to vape pretty consistently with his core. But then what do I do with the like Dendro core? Or am I even going to get any Dendro core generation? Like I need additional Hydro. I'm probably not going to get any Dendro core generation. Nothing meaningful. So then what do I do in conjunction? I don't know. We don't have many like HP buffers in the game, right? So it's just like do another off-field damage dealer in some form, but it has to be an off-field damage dealer that doesn't interfere with Nilu trying to do vapes. And the easy direction is doing Xiangling, right? Like Xiangling will be enough pyro that I don't have to do this. I'm gonna just do freaking Bennett, Xiangling, Nilu, and then basically whoever, probably maybe still Nahida, honestly. Yeah, I could literally do Bennett, Xiangling, Nilu instead, right? Like that. This is probably the better variation of this team. Realistically, it should 100% keep up plenty of uptime on burning pyro applications so that I can vape Nilu consistently. And then I should be able to take self damage, so that, and I should have some healing. Well, I don't know. It's just like some. I hate having to do Bennett Xiangling core. It's lame. And of course, Bennett's buff is not doing anything here. Well, I mean, it is doing Xiangling, I guess. I don't know. I think this is what I'll have to do. I'll think about it more. But so yeah. So I guess Nilu Vape with Benny Nahida. And the this is just to use the stupid sword Marsha says, by the way. otherwise it wouldn't have to have Nahida here. And I don't know, there's some I might mess around with like Farina instead here. In some form, because it's possible. Just how like Siege Wing can get some vapes in that team, right? In doing.
Anyone need a health checkup? Witness my magnificence.
Time to get down
All the
to
noises,
business.
right? Doing Siege Wing here. Siege Wing can get vapes, but most of the time Farina's getting the vapes. If I put Farina in here and then do Nilu, then you know she's getting the vapes. So, right? Like I don't know, mono hydro Nilu. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I'll write it down. Particularly because you know what, I can include it in the video at least. I don't find it as interesting not to like take advantage of the reaction system to any meaningful degree. But doing like monohydro Nilu would be like Nilu, Farina, Elon, Jean, right? Basically. And, you know, Swirl Hydro. Get damage bonus from Elon, Farina, and then, hey, you know, one of the very rare situations where Elon C4 can be kind of fun. You know, the point won't be to make it approachable. The point will just be for the funsies, right? And then I can use Marshall Says on Nilu there as well. So That'll be another team I can try the same build on, with blue stick. So, anywho's. Do I do the Genshindle? I've done it before in the past, but don't usually. I don't know. Do you guys want to see Genshindle? Otherwise, we can actually talk about Emilie. Well, donate $10 if you answer those questions. What questions? I didn't even see the questions. I'm sorry. What questions? You didn't ask any questions, Max Edits, unless they're way farther back. I'm sorry. You can ask them again. I'll answer them. Especially if you're paying for them. Yeah, I don't see any questions from you, so I don't know what questions you're referencing, Max Edits. Let me know. Also, Gaming is a 5-star. What, you mean like C6 Gaming? He's pretty good. Before C6, he's still pretty decent. He's definitely usable, because most pyro carries in the unit in the game can be usable. I don't know. But yeah, he can, depending on like your constellation level on Gaming, he can be pretty reliant on your supports, just like a lot of characters in the game. So, you know, that's fine. That's just kind of how the game's made. Yeah, let's real quick, we're gonna go over to polearms only. Yeah, ask away Emilie questions, and ask away whatever questions you had, Max Edits, regardless of if you're spending money. I just didn't see what your questions were. Yeah, if Gaming were a 5-star with this C0 kit, he would not be a very good character. But he's a more than competent 4-star. Frog? That is not a frog. That is a turtle. Snapping turtle. I'm pretty sure if snapping turtles had conscious thought, they'd be affronted by your insinuation that they look like a frog. Bam. Oops. Wrong thing. Bam. There we go. Poke. Alright, YouTube really wants to run ads, so I guess it'll run ads while I craft my resin. Now, Timmix, I don't care. Should you C6 your Bennett? I mean, I find the most fun aspect of Bennett to be his C6. So, yes, I think it's the best constellation in the game because my priority is having fun in the game. And I like doing different shenanigans with reactions. And Bennett C6, because of how strong Pyro is at doing different shenanigans with reactions, is really strong. You will see that. It's probably the main thing I will probably make an Emilie video on my main account, specifically focused around Emilie on-fielded with Bennett C6. So, yeah. Emilie's constellation's good. Yeah, her C1 is weird. It's just decent at a baseline, but then specifically with double dendro, it's more strong. And then her C2 is basically free deepwood. So it lowers the value of having deepwood on herself a lot more. And makes it so it make it so it's a lot better to do like her signature artifact set with her C2 and then not have deepwood in the team. You still would get additional value from deepwood in the team, but the relative damage increase would be much lower compared to not having C2. It's basically just free deepwood, right? But it's like, is that worth it? And then anything past C2, I don't even, like C6 is just, you can on-field her a little bit. I think she gets some, maybe it's not even on-field, I don't know. It's just, she gets a bunch of damage. Wow. It's not that interesting. It probably increases her Dendro application. And I don't remember what her C4 did. So, are you curious to play ZZZ? I already talked about Zenless in the stream, actually. I'll probably have a video this week about it. I was gonna have one today. But like I'm not gonna make, I was originally being like, okay, I like this game enough to do a what does X amount of dollars video get you on the game. But then I've actually liked the game so much that I want to talk about all the things that aren't gotcha about it, because I've had such a strong first impression about it that it succeeds in just being a good game. So I want to make a video about it as a game and not like, what is the gotcha like? Because the gotcha aspects are the least interesting aspects of the game. They're there. You need to like factor that in. It's going to be part of the enjoyment of the game, is like your ability to get characters and have fun with the game. But I have extremely positive first impressions of ZZZ, much more than I expected. So I'll have at least a video. If I make any kind of recurring content on ZZZ, it will be probably on a separate channel. So, anywho's, should you level 90 characters? It takes so many materials that you are hesitant. I mean, it depends on what characters you're using and what you're playing in the game. Like, if you don't really care about clearing floor 12 of Abyss, I would say right now it's not relevant, basically at all. They could add more content in the future where there is more content where it is relevant to have that increased damage, right? And the reason I specify floor 12 is because, like, you know, if you clear floor 11 and just barely don't even care about floor 12 because it's not what you enjoy about the game, you can easily get to the investment thresholds where just level 80 is enough to clear floor 11, right? So it could be very much more valuable to save your resources. But if you do want to clear floor 12, there's absolutely a lot of characters in team context that is very relevant to have them level 90, and they can get upwards of like 30% DPS improvements to the team. So like, God, sorry. Let me clear my throat with some water. Emilie isn't going to make me play Burning. Well, you definitely shouldn't get Emilie then. But also, if like you're scared about Burning because of self-damage, she reduces the burning damage like to very, very little. So, you know. But anyways, like level 90, basically any unit that is the main trigger. So this doesn't mean all. Like Emilie is actually in most of the context people will use Emilie in does not need to be level 90. Right? Because Emilie is not really a Dender unit in the typical sense where like you don't care about the damage that the reaction she is triggering, burning most of the time, what the damage is doing. So she does not need to be leveled up, right? To 90. So it takes knowing like what reactions, how the reactions scale to be able to judge, but basically electro units, if you're using them with Dender units, are usually relevant to 90. They can get significant DPS increases just from like being able to trigger spread, or like in Raiden's case, people do like Hyperbloom Raiden or like Kuki, right? The difference between like the base scaling for Hyperbloom damage from level 80 to level 90 with the same amount of elemental mastery is, I think, in the 30% range. You will see a very significant DPS increase to go into 90. And the aggravate reaction or spread reaction, so that's the additive damage bonus that does scale with crit, would also get a significant increase. HP scalers tend to be relevant to level to 90, but it depends on how relevant their HP scaling is. Candace's damage, her HP scaling damage is not that significant. And the other thing that Candace does is like, you know, her like HP scaling normal attack buff, which is if you have C6 Candace, want to do C6 Candace with Arlecchino, you know, leveling her to 90 is not irrelevant, but also like the amount of total buff you get for this, for how much you gain for the resources, is going to be relatively small. It's only 0.5% per 1,000 points of HP. So like I think my Candace would have like probably, I don't know, 4,000 less HP, probably, let's say 4,000, right, less HP at level 80, and that means a 2% less buff. So like, right, is that where like is a 2% damage bonus for your Arlecchino we're level 90 in Candace when the main relevant thing she is doing is her Hydra application there? No, right? Is not really worthwhile. But if your team is doing a lot of transorder reactions, the unit that's triggering the most reactions should be level 90 usually, if you want them to succeed and feel good. But a lot of the characters in this game do not need to be level 90. Arlecchino, for most ways people use Arlecchino, does not need to be level 90. The relative damage increase you get from 80 to 90 is very small. To a degree, it's not really worth the resources. If you have other characters you want to be building, right? So it depends, basically. You think we're gonna get a world tier increase? Hopefully that should help make farming materials easier. I don't know. I mean, if we're talking like level 100, we'll find out in a few weeks if it's actually a thing. I have no idea if it is. I wouldn't be against the idea, but I still maintain they have to make pretty... Wait, I already did that. They have to make pretty major structural changes to the balance of the leveling system if they do. If they do that, right? And like level 100 has to happen in a way that's not like just it costs 500 heroes wits, unless they vastly increase the amount of heroes wits they're giving players for free, which could also partially help solve the like theater issue, having to level a lot more characters for theater, right? That might be the intention. They might be just giving a lot, and they might be planning to just vastly increase the amount of heroes wits in the game, and more in conjunction for like, oh, now level 100 is a thing, and there's a game mode that incentivizes leveling more characters, which means more players might need more resources, right? But it also could easily just not be a thing. Welcome, But You Lose. Thanks for joining. Which is better in Nilu team for Nahida, so I don't know. Level 100 could be good for some of the player base, and it could be really bad for some other players. And ultimately, how relevant level 100 would be really dependent on if they end up scaling endgame content to the fact that new some characters and some archetypes would be stronger at level 100. I do not think it would inherently be a bad thing. But it really depends on how they implement it, right? That's all. We'll find out in a few weeks, though. And by a few weeks, I mean, like, I think 2. So, next week is the last week of this patch, and then and then the week after that is 5.0 beta. So, yeah. If you want to see my thoughts on all the 5.0 beta stuff, I will be having most of them. Wow. Most of them will be in my Discord server. So, we use Emilie in burning teams on poems only, where she'd mostly be a Dendro player. I suspect I'll actually mostly use her as like she's kind of intended more often than not, I think. So the basic teams I'd be thinking of. So there is just generic Dendro application she can do. I'll show you some like team outlines, but like with Sino, I'll probably use her, right? Although but the first thing I'm going to try with Sino is trying her with Sino and Toma, right? So Sino, Toma, Emilie, and who the frick else? Who do I do other than that? I guess Zhongli, probably. No, Zhongli would be, I mean, if I have Toma for the shielding, it shouldn't, hopefully shouldn't need. I can't see my party in here. Oh, I'm doing this bad. Whoops. Oh, frick me. There we go. Got lucky, didn't turn around. Yeah, so like I will use her somewhat. I will play around with her somewhat as a generic Dendro player, but I suspect she's actually going to be most often used just like kind of as she was intended, mostly just off-field Dendro damage when you have burning going, because there's a lot of pyro arms in this game, so that means I have a good number of configurations where she should be able to, you know, have her full kit be utilized to have full damage potential. Like it might even work with Sino, right? We'll see. I don't know why I did another charge attack. So I didn't ride an E. Oh my god, stop! What? Oh, I did ride an E. Okay, I just didn't do anything else. All right. Are you still in this domain? I don't need to pre-farm Emilie. Well, sorry, I need to pre-farm the bosses. The bosses will take literally a few days. Because there's nothing else to farm. there's nothing else that's really relevant to farm. There is still minor improvements I could get to some options for Emilie pieces, as well as improvements that I could make on Arlecchino. She's more than good enough. I don't really need improvements by any means, but I haven't needed improvements for like over a month. On Arlecchino. Need is a bad term. It's just I want anyways. So like, but yeah, I don't need to do any more pre-farming. I've already done enough pre-farming for Emilie. It's not enough to triple crown. Sorry, but it's enough to double crown and level A or normal attack talent. Keep on pressing the wrong dang buttons. Oh, frick, butthole. No, I keep on switching to Raiden. I don't need to.
Don't get too close.
So yeah, the vast majority of like the resin material farming that Emilie will require in this account is already done. The only thing I have to do is bosses, I think. And that will not take very long. Oh, I'm all done. Actually, I think I have to do the I think she uses lake light lilies, right? I still have to farm those too, but again, like we're talking the week before Emilie's release, I can do this. I actually have to plan out my main account a little bit more for her. Where is oh shoot. Oh frick, she uses gears, doesn't she? Does Emilie use gears? I can't remember. Also, what does her weapon use? I don't know if I'll end up getting her weapon on polearms. I had to get quite lucky, I think. I don't intend to spend any money for it. We might do a lot of farming. We might do a bunch of streams for farming for the chance at her weapon. But let's see. She uses gears. Ah, frick. She uses gears and she uses the same flowers as Farina uses. Which is, where is it? This thing. So yeah, I gotta do that. But again, that's like whatever. It's super easy. There's like 70 of them. It will again not be hard. But yeah, I actually need gears. Oh frick. Okay. I forgot I needed gears. I think it's because Shivers ate like all of them, if I recall. What, I'm on the wrong screen. Yeah, this is definitely not enough. This is definitely not enough for Ascension and double crowning. Okie dokie, glad I looked at that. Anyways, that's not resin. So farm gears on polearms. I don't think I have to farm on my main account for those, which is nice. Yeah, the oopsies. So, oh well. I blame Shivers. Oh yeah, what does her weapon use? Watch it be gears. Her weapon uses. Oh, why? Okay, I'm not gonna farm her weapon. I'm not gonna pre-farm her weapon. It uses Whopper flowers, and it also uses the same materials freaking Arlecchino's weapon uses, but these are pretty easy to farm for. And I could easily farm for them in someone's world if I need to, so I'm not that worried about that. And there's a very good chance I won't get the weapon unless I do a bunch of farming in overworld anyways, so it'll take time regardless. And then it needs a bunch of gooblets, which I think is also the, like, why does this weapon use the same things as, like, let me go, what is Arlecchino's weapon? Arlecchino's weapon, where is it? Crimson Moon. It uses the same exact pieces except for its gears instead of Whopper flowers. Why? So yeah, so that's why I don't have any of those materials. God dang it, Mahoyo. Stop making it, like, all the freaking polearm characters that released in Fontaine, by the way. All of them use order. 2 of them have used gears. Their weapons use the same thing. And they all want crowns because they're all good. I mean, that part I appreciate. Ugh. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about free farming for the weapon, but annoying is all I can say. It's like if it used other materials, I would have like had more, right? Like if it used these materials or these materials, I just had a bunch because of like events and things and whatever. But nope, now I gotta use the ones that I already had to use. Anywho's, yeah, this is a polearm only account. This is my second account. Okie dokie. Claim our dailies here. It looks like I have to do an actual daily. How exciting. Will Emilie be good in Burgeon teams? So I talked about that earlier. It's basically very iffy because with Burgeon, right, you need to overwrite the burning aura to be able to get some like extra hydro and dendro happening to generate the cores in the first place. If you have constant burning aura, which is what Emilie wants to be able to get the most damage out of her, for, like as far as ease of use goes, then like point is she's probably in most Burgeon teams will lose some value. I don't think it'll be valueless, but most likely what Emilie's Burgeon teams will look like is either doing double hydro or double dendro. And that means a little bit less flexibility for doing things. Like if you do, if I envision like Emilie Burgeon with Arlecchino, right? You do Emilie, Arlecchino, And normally, like, you'd want to do, like, it's on a normal account, right? Not polearms only. You want to do Bennett, right? So you do, like, Bennett, Emily, Arlecchino. Okay. Who do you do else other than that? Well, if you want to do Burgeon, you got to bring in Hydro. So, but then you have that mix there where, like, you're probably not going to keep up the burning uptime enough, or you're not going to have that many Burgeon cores generated, such that it, like, might not be that relevant to actually bring in a Hydro, but maybe it is still because you can vape on Arlecchino, maybe? Like, it depends how the balance lies, right? Like, it's going to be a little weird. It's kind of all it is. Most likely, it will be a situation of what I was talking about earlier, where you don't want to configure a Burgeon team around Arlecchino that's fully invested into Burgeon, right? It's not like a Hyperbloom team where you can do Hyperbloom Raiden and get the full, like the vast majority of the damage the team does is just Raiden's Hyperbloom damage, and then the other transformative reactions all triggered by Raiden. Instead, you'd want to be doing other things in conjunction with the burning happening. The burning and Burgeon damage. Which is why you want to, like, utilize the burning aura to, like I used in my Siegewing video, like, trigger vaporizes on Farina or Siegewing. And then also had, like, Siegewing, Farina's, and Dia's own talent damage contribution. That's, like, Emilie has her own talent damage contribution. So, like, you just... As long as you don't get too focused on, like, fully speccing the team into Burgeon damage, I think Burgeon Emilie will work in various different contexts, is my point. But it's not going to be Burgeon... That bird was inside the pole. It's not going to be Burgeon is dealing the entirety of the team's damage, right? Leyline Overflow event will start today? Oh, shoot. Well, no, it's probably going to start tomorrow. Does it start in the evening in NA? Yeah, 19 million more. There's 19 million more after freaking 5 characters, 4 million more for the theater. Yeah. I'm doing physical damage. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, it's polearms only, right? And not leveling as many characters, so, you know, have an account that's played this long. You end up stockpiling resources a bit more when you have finite characters to level, because they just don't release as many, right? So, anywho's, yeah, next server reset. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, because then that's tomorrow for me. Otherwise, I should have definitely saved some resin, but I'll try to remember that. Thanks for the reminder. Not for poems only. I don't need that in poems only, but on my main account, I definitely need to get some more in here. Swits. How's good Shenhe Rosaria with Emilie? Oh yeah, that's yeah. So that's a good example. I don't. I wonder. So normally the melt team that I use, right, on poems only is, like, my favorite one. I can do Arlecchino, Rosaria, Shenhe melt, but I prefer Xiangling, Zhongli, Rosaria, Shenhe. If there is potential, I think, to replace the problem is I think the configurations of doing melt with Emilie on poems only involve removing Zhongli, right? Like, I could do Hu Tao, Emilie, Rosaria, Shenhe, right? And it'd probably be pretty decent, I think. But and then Rosaria is the main one melting there, right? Not to be clear, it's not for Hu Tao melting. But no shielder seems a bit rough. So I guess Emilie Toma, like, it could be Emilie Toma, Rosaria Shenhe, right? Like, I think there are configurations where it could work. The iffiness is, like, will it be the right combination? Like, there might be too much cryo in that context and not enough pyro for melting consistently. And on top of that, it might end up consuming the pyro aura, like the burning aura, and that means if burning is not happening enough, like being triggered enough and keeping enough uptime on it, then she's not getting her full damage potential. So I don't think it's going to be better than Zhongli Shengling, at least with it as invested as my Shengling is. Because like my Shengling is kind of hyper configured around really that team especially, but just like being a solo pyro unit, and being really good as a solo pyro with engulfing lightning. So, I don't know, right? It'll be interesting to test that. Yeah, Emilie just like kind of as she's intended to be used, but like with doing with the pyro carry, right? Is you can do something like on poems only, and talking specifically now for how she should be useful. You can do something like I've done like mono pyro Hu Tao already on this account. Because Hu Tao cannot vape consistently, she cannot melt consistently, she applies too much pyro relative to the elements that could enable her to trigger reactions, so you basically build her just full HP and crit. She does not trigger reactions, but she can be a reaction enabler, you could do melt things, right, whatever. But I think the one team I've commonly used before or team structure I've been commonly used before is like Hu Tao mono pyro, right, doing something like this, right?
Would be nice.
Doing Emilie here would actually give me a bit more flexibility to like make for like compelling good damage with Hu Tao. And again, well, actually, particularly if I remove Zhongli, I could do something. I would probably still want some amount of survivability, so maybe I'd have to throw in like even Mika or Yao Yao as a healer or something. But throw in Emilie in this team. I could have Xiao here for VV, and get some pretty big Hu Tao damage in conjunction with having decent off-field damage from like Xiangling and Emilie kind of thing, right? Like the team's damage profile would be diversified enough that it should be pretty competent and a very significant improvement to the team's DPS. It might be a bit more fragile though, hence why like maybe I just don't do VV with Xiao, because Xiao's not great at doing VV anyways. And then just do like Toma. Well, do Emilie, Hu Tao. Wouldn't even have to do. I honestly, like Hu Tao monopyro normally had to have Xiangling for it to feel pretty decent. This would actually allow me to probably not use Xiangling. I could do Hu Tao, Emilie, Toma at a baseline. But yeah, enabling a Marshal would be really nice. So maybe I just rely on Mika as an emergency healer and attack speed go burr. No, I could put him on Noblesse, right? Like he wouldn't do nothing. I could do Chevreuse with Emilie. Yes, if I just wanted to use Chevreuse either as a personal DPS or for a buffer for like Hu Tao or whatever. Like there's a number of conjunctions with whatever. Anyways, I don't know what exactly the team I would look like, but the point is like, because what ends up happening in Poems Only is usually I like oftentimes have like one really good team, and then it's like I have scraps left to make for like the other side, and the scraps for the other side of Abyss now have better options since like Emilie is now another off-field damage dealer, right? To help me reach DPS threshold. So there might be more fragility in some Emilie team's configurations, but I'll have options to deal with the fragility. Like an unironic game might give me value to having Mika as just a generic healer. So is he even equipped? I don't even remember. I think oh, he has. Yeah, that's fine. So anyways, you got Freen on a guaranteed pull. Nice. And then 10 to 20 pills later, you got Kaching. Oh, nice. Should you build Kaching? I mean, if you want to, if you like her, she can be pretty good. So, yeah. As far as like with Raiden, I think I've mentioned before how doing the Raiden, where is it? Good Lord. There we go. Doing some mix of this, right? So it could obviously don't need Zhongli and Yao here. So I can just test having Emilie here as just a generic, wow, she's better Dendro uptime than Yao Yao, right? But Yao Yao has better, well, I don't know. If you're bursting consistently on Emilie, I think Emily's Dendro application is probably better than Yao Yao in AoE even, I'm guessing. But point is, right, I can do variations of doing like this team, but with double Dendro, because one of this team's main struggles is like Yao Yao's inconsistent Dendro application. And obviously Candace's Hydra application is still a limiting factor too, but you get it, right? But another option, right, of course, is just doing Toma. That will enable Emilie to do burning things, right? So do Toma, Emilie, Raiden, and then so like the overburn baseline. And Candace here might or might not make sense. I am not sure. But just at a baseline, right? I think that could work pretty well. So I don't know, right? Doing either double Dendro or single Dendro is an option since Zhongli wasn't necessary. But Zhongli was here before because, like, you know, just brain off lets me do hybrid ride and not worry about getting interrupted kind of thing. So yeah. Yeah, as far as Sino goes, Sino will be able to actually have so we'll just have Yao Yao here as a placeholder. This core with Sino, Emilie, Toma, I think has a lot of potential. If we can keep up semi-good uptime on burning and get some overload damage out of Sino in conjunction with his aggravate damage, that could be very significant. I think it's going to make him properly really playable and a character I will use quite often, I suspect, with Emilie. And then the last slot is just like, I don't freaking know. If I'm not using Raiden on another team, Raiden could be an option, but chances are I'd be using Raiden on like a Chevre's team on the other side or something. So Raiden's not a great option here. But Raiden would be nice for just energy on Sino. That's going to be the main struggle. Like, I have a very strong TF build. I think he's on Homa right now. I have a very strong TF build kind of regardless of what weapon I have, but you know, I'm sitting in like the 120 to 130 ER range on most builds I think I have for him. And when he is solo Electro, he could need more. But what Emilie enables though is like Sino normally with like Yao Yao, for example. If I want to do TF Sino on this account, I have to end his burst early basically to restart rotations. Emilie with 22-second burst duration should be able to allow, you know, the full Rs duration of Sino's burst, or near like full duration for his quicken up time, which produces his ER needs if I can spend longer on him, making sure I get all the skills out, right? So I actually think it might not be a problem. Anyways, as far as the last slot goes, I don't freaking know. Like, assuming I'm doing a Chevre's team on the other side, right? I don't have Chevre's as a buffer option. Candace might make sense, I guess. Like, he's doing some normal attack damage, and like it would mean a little bit of core generation, but also adding Hydro into the mix would make it even more questionable to keep up burning for Emilie's damage. So it would probably be a DPS downgrade putting Candace in the team, because the extra application would probably be bad. So unironically, I think, like, assuming the other team is like doing, you know, a overload team in whatever form on the other side, it's probably just Zhongli, even though it's kind of overkill. Right? But I don't know, so like put Toma on like kind of his DPS emblem build like he's on right now, I believe. Right? Keep Toma on DPS emblem build. Put Zhongli, and then have Yao Yao, and Zhongli can hold Deepwood to hopefully get some Deepwood uptime going. I think that's what I do, right? I think that's like the really only obvious option, other than Yao Yao or Yao Yao Yunjin, I guess. Yunjin's ER needs without double Geo is a pain in the arse. It might be fine with I don't know. I don't know. I think this should be one of the more compelling Emilie teams, though, especially if the Toma Emilie that keeps up burning enough. I really hope it does, because this could be super fun. I would really hope that is a good option. What the frick is this? Oh, was I already talking about that before? That might have been. I don't know. You still prefer at least 135 ER with even longer rotations? Yeah, I know. I really hate Sino's ER needs. Like, it's so awful. It's so awful. Like, look at this yoked piece. Like, I really want to use it, right? But I might have to use this. Look at this piece. I would love to use it, but I might have to use a piece. Well, I don't have any other piece, so it's actually the only piece. But, you know, I need one of these pieces, but, like, you know, instead of the flat attack, it had 3 rolls of EM. Or instead of the attack percent here, or EM, 3 rolls of ER. I mean, maybe the way to go is Jade Spear on this piece, right? Instead of whatever I was running before. Like, and this has no ER. Like, man. Just get him ER, Sam. I mean, unironically, like, that might be the solution. To be clear, like, I have C2 Sino. It'd probably be fine. Like, ER Sands would be preferable over him not bursting, right? Not getting that back consistently. Like, it's just, God, I hate when they balance units to make them have in the, like, 140 ER range. It's so awful. So, yeah, unironically, it might be putting freaking ER timepiece on him. Especially with that ER timepiece. It's more than good enough, right? But you know what else solves the ER problem? You know, I said I was going to save artifacts for someone that asked me to save artifacts for an artifact video, but you know what? Here you go. Here's your content, that person. We're going to fix Sino right here, right now. Any Emilie questions? Maybe? Okay, maybe. Needs a roll ER. No. 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 I mean, I'll lock it. Okay. What was this? EM with ER? I don't think I need that. We got a couple maybe pieces. That's surprising. It's something. What is this? Oh yeah. I leveled this yesterday. I was sad because this could have been a pretty good onset goblet for Emilie, and it just rolled 2 meh. It Thanos, so it's not good enough. I have a Dendro goblet that's like 20 CV onset. It's probably better. EM circlets rare, very rare, but I like never need EM circlets on polearms only. Should actually consider using a all the timepieces, by the way. Hey, nope. Do I mean, I'll lock it. Okay, with Sino C2, right? I'm relatively lacking in attack. But I don't know. If I'm doing a Jade Spear build, it actually might not be that bad to do an attack goblet. But I think it'd have to be better than this one could be. I don't know. We'll try it. All right. Still farming Emblem, I know. Emblem is life. That's what I should be farming on this account. Even though I don't really... I have a lot of... It's missing ER. I mean, like, I know it's a 4-line. It's like, yeah, that might be yoked. Like, yay. But also, like... Is it really gonna be better than what I already have when I mainly need ER? Like... Right? Like, man. Not that. I don't... Like, Thanks for the feathers. So long, and thanks for all the feathers. Okay, I looked away for a second, I looked back, and then... Oh, okay. Sure. There we go, that's a double crit ER piece. That could be better. It's like, I like how, you know, we got these, which, I mean, okay, this could be better technically if it has ER last line. No, okay. Got a 4-line, 3 double crit feathers. And the one I'm excited the most about is the one with the lower rolls. Boy, video game. I don't think I need to level these ER pieces up at all when I have this piece already, right? No, where is it? There it is. Yeah, it's a 30 CV with 2 EM rolls. Like, this is way too good of an ER type piece if I'm going to use an ER team piece. I don't need to bother. I will check the attack goblet, though. So it may be worth testing if it's a double crit. Nope. Nope. Because I can enable an off piece, right? Yeah, circlet wise. Yeah. I don't think this matters, but you know, I'll take it to 4. Definitely doesn't matter. Alright. Why Thundering Fury? Because Thundering Fury Sino is dope. It's better than Gilded Dream Sino. If you think I'm wrong, I don't know, go look up KQM. I don't feel like explaining it. Basically, more skills equal good. Do I throw this away? Like, there's no reality where I need this piece anymore now that I have this piece, right? Like, the only value it has is more attack percent. Like, this piece theoretically could be better for, like, his, like, the damage you see from him with Jade Spear, maybe. But, like, more crit rate, more crit damage, and it has an ER roll, right? And what the frick do I need this for anymore? We have 3 double crit feathers to feed it into. Surely one of them rolls better. Right? Like, I kept this for the longest time because 0 dead stats, but, like, I think today is the day I throw that away. We're trying this piece first, because what is the perfect roll here? Man, if only this was the 4-line. If this was the 4-line piece, this could be, like, perfect. Because, like, my ideal would be, like, a 30 CV piece that has 3 ER rolls, which is possible with a 4-line. So I guess the ideal is probably either two high rolls of ER and 2 high rolls of crit, or a high roll into ER and 3 rolls into crit. One of the two. That's the preferred circumstance here. Also, I could probably just throw this away. But you know what? No. We're feeding feathers into feathers because I believe Mihaly will give us good for good. The defense roll kind of kills it. I'm gonna level to 20 though because I should have finished my sentence. Because if it rolled ER in particular, having a piece that had 16 ER is more flexibility to be able to deal with things. But like, I think I'd rather use an ER time piece than have to use this. I don't know. Is it that bad losing? Like what? It's only got 1 extra ER roll though. I mean, it's high rolls though, so it's a bit more than like 1. Why? See, I hate Sino's ER neither. I hate it. I hate trying to balance his ER needs. It's so awful to build this character. Okay, well, for funsies, first of all, this is like double crit max roll, you know. It's basically impossible for this to be better, to be clear. The game is trying to prove me wrong. I still don't think it's better. Bye. A good piece, obviously. I just don't need it. Yeah, it's not better than this. So, the reason it was impossible is because minimum attack percent roll for ER, and it was already 40 CV. Like, it was basically impossible. It almost did though. If it had another higher roll, it would have been actually relevant to keep because it would have been slightly higher roll value potentially. If I didn't need the 1 ER roll, essentially. But instead is going in the trash can. But this trash can might turn into a golden trash can. And it's the same piece. It's the same artifact. Yeah, Sino is high maintenance. This is literally the same artifact. it's very good, obviously, to be clear. It just doesn't do anything for him, right? Like, I get a piece that has less CV and no ER. Yeah, compare artifacts to what you currently have, right? Obviously, it's the cracked piece, but it doesn't do anything for me. So, I don't know. I don't have anything else to level up right now, so I'll keep both of them, right? But they will probably... One of these will get thrown away. And, like, I think this is a more relevant piece to keep than this piece. So, you know. And it's insulting that this is 39.7 crit value. It doesn't matter, but it's insulting, regardless. So, anywho's, yeah. TF on Fischl would let her do 20-second rotations. Would that ever be relevant? I mean, if you're bursting... Oh, wait. No. No, because you can just alternate burst and skill, right? So it's not really relevant, but if you want to burst and skill every rotation, which is not technically no reason to do, maybe. Alright. I think that's all we can do for Sino today. Oh well. I don't know. Sino won't be dysfunctional with Emilie on this account. But likely, right, if I'm doing a maximized Sino with his weapon, right? Instead of, I mean, there's a very good chance I still keep riding on his weapon and just use Sino on Homa or whatever, because I have a spare Homa, right? And then do that, like a spare Homa with that ER timepiece. Or ER timepiece. Spare Homa with this crit rate circlet, right? Obviously, I don't want to do a crit rate circlet with 20 ER and 1 crit roll. On Savage Scarlet Sands, which is giving 44 crit rate. What do I have for other Electro Goblets, by the way? I don't know if I've gotten anything new recently. Wow. I have that, but no ER. No ER. That has ER. I forgot I had this. I don't know how long I've had that sitting there for. 30 CV piece versus a ridiculous 45 CV piece with EM. But if this rolls into ER or crit for the last line, this actually might be more relevant. So I should check it. No, I got confused for a second. I thought the times 2 would take it all the way to 20. Sure, yeah. Crit damage would have definitely been better there, but... okay, that's another option. That's so, like, if we need more ER, that's good. So, if we're doing a Staff of Scarlet Sands build, first let's just keep him on his higher CV pieces, right? Not prioritizing ER. So, like, this is probably the highest CV build I could have. Well, okay, no, sorry. This is the highest CV build I could have. With Sino, and this is like absolutely cracked, but 4.5% ER is not enough. Like, the crit ratio is like the ER though is like ugh. But like, man, 1400 attack, 287 EM. The amount of like damage relevant stats in the Sino is absolutely disgusting. But I think I'd have to use this. Goodbye 10% crit rate. Hello ER. But hey, at least I maintain the EM and attack percent. And then from there, like, I'd really prefer not to have to use this. From there, I don't know, do we switch this? Man, we're losing a lot of crit rate though if we switch to... This is 17 crit rate, man. So I guess it's actually kind of good that this had a crit rate roll, when I think about it. That takes me to 122 on Staff of Scarlet Sands. I think I really need an EM timepiece with ER. Like... I forgot I had this too. It's disgusting. Like, this might be what his build has to look like. It's so much sadder, man. Why is this character like this? So this is my point, right? I have the ability to have a more than functional Sino. Kind of regardless of what weapon I have good options for him. And just... It just makes me a little sad to have to do some of this. One thing I want to look at, what does it look like with the Jade Spear build quick? We'll keep that on him. Jade Spear obviously has a lot less crit rate. I don't know. It does seem sad to use the Jade Spear, but like, at the same time, what other option do I have? Also, this doesn't have any crit rate either. Ooh, no. Okay, yeah, the crit rate. This is gonna be bad. Yeah, no. More ER, good. That crit rate, no. I hate it. No, I hate it. Alright, I mean, I could do this, to be clear. For Jade Spear build. I still hate it. I hate this. Like, I know, I definitely will notice that lack of crit rate. So yeah, I think I'll either use some, I don't know. Let's look at the Homa build options again. So Homa's like, yep, get 20 ER from this. And that's good. So this loses, what do I lose? I lose like a max crit damage roll and a little bit of crit rate, gain 1 ER roll. I don't know, man. Why is he so annoying to build? Why is this character? Why is this character so annoying to build? Like this is on the borderline of maybe a Naviar, right? Oh man. This might be what he has to look like. Because I might need this much ER. This character. So anyways, I'll do my utmost to make Emilie and Sino work together. Like, man, it's so sad to me that I can have like a freaking 100 crit rate, 210 crit damage Staff of Scarlet Sands build that just doesn't function. Ugh. Yeah, it is mentally draining. I hate this character's ER needs. Why did they do this to you? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Sino. You didn't deserve this. Sino will get double crown, by the way. I already have the resources for it. It's just never been worthwhile to actually do. But I definitely have the more now that I could do it at any time, and I could just do it now. But at this point, I'm gonna wait until Emilie comes out, so I can be like, hey, look, Sino works well for actually normal things he's intended to be used for now. Sweet. And then I'll crown him. So I'm gonna wait, but you know. Anywho's, want to use Emilie in a Burn Melt Ganyu? Yeah, it should work pretty well. I don't know. I look forward to Emilie with her, but ugh. Ugh. Like, why? Why is this the best build I can have? Eh. Also, I guess we didn't look at. Okay. What does this look like? We can sacrifice a little bit of crit rate. I guess we can use that piece. Switch to that. Probably switch to this. And switch back to this. What does this look like with Staff of Scarlet Sands? So this is an ER type piece. He loses a bunch of EM, obviously. And is overcapped on crit rate. That's funny. I don't actually have a solution to that, I don't think. Funnily enough. Yeah, no, he would just be overcapped on crit rate. Lol. Okay. Like, this is probably actually the most compelling variant. This is probably the strongest one, realistically. less attack, a little bit less attack, a little bit less EM, of course. Yeah, his burst gives him some EM, but like you're gonna see significantly less damage on him. But if I need to do this to like, this is probably better than the Homa variation, is notably what it is, right? Because right now, as far as I can tell, I don't quite have between the high ER build that doesn't use an ER timepiece on Staff of Scarlet Sands and the build that I was just on with Staff of Homa. I think this build is probably better with Staff of Scarlet Sands, right? But if the other build with Homa is usable, it frees up Staff of Scarlet Sands, which is a valuable unit for Melt Rosaria. It's a valuable unit for Hybrid Raiden for me to use a lot. So I think I'd almost prefer to keep him on Homa, even if it would be nice to max him out, right? But I don't know. Is a weird, annoying situation with this boy. That's all I can say. Right. Oh, wait. What? That's not what I had before, is it? Oh, yeah, because I was on this, right? Yeah, there we go. This might be what I have to do. Whatever. It's fine. Will he even crit with that? Probably not. I don't know if 102 is enough. So yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Oh well. That's the state of Cyno. Yeah. I have such good artifacts, and it's still, like, it's so annoying. I have such good artifacts, and he's still this annoying to build, right? Ugh. Oh, wait, you know what? I just realized he... No, never mind. I'm a dumbass. I was like, wait a minute. Maybe he can use Emilie's weapon. But no, he can't trigger the burning reaction at all. Only pyro damage dealing, or which, you know, if you have C6 Bennett, anyone could be. But Cyno would not be able to. So never mind. Had a thought for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Emilie weapon for Cyno fixes his ER, gives him a bunch of crit and damage bonus. So, anywho's, what did I miss in chat? Any Emilie questions while I was staring at Cyno for 3 hours? Also, did I do all my dailies? I think I did. Yes, I think we did. Alright, good. Is there anything else to talk about with Polearms only in Emilie? I don't think so. So, ask away before I end the stream. Ask away. I still got some energy in me. So I'm down to answer any kind of questions about Emilie, even stuff I answered before. But I think I talked about everything I wanted to talk about in some form or another that I jotted down notes for. Threshold of 4 times BS versus... What is BS? Times 2. 4 times BS... Oh, Blizzard Strayer. 4 times Blizzard Strayer versus 2 times Blizzard... 2 times Blizzard, 2 times Glad for Ayaka. You can get to 70 crit rate. So the interesting thing, and this is something I've noticed, like with Marsha says, is when you get to really highly invested builds that have a lot of crit substat. Well, this is the wrong character to demonstrate this with. When you get to really invested builds that have, actually, I mean, the Cyno artifacts were a good example. Ignoring Cyno's ERDs. Wait a minute, I just freaking realized. Oh no, but I have to use Toma. Okay, I was gonna say, wait a minute, I might be able to use Marsha Says on Cyno, and that might actually give me more options for ER. I don't know if I have very good options, but Toma's gonna make it so I'm not taking self damage, and I don't think I actually have. I mean, there's 2 ER rolls and an EM type piece there. This would be cracked. That has 5 ER. Oh my god, I might actually have a really good... Huh. Do I purposely do like a low shielding? I don't know, would that work? I'm gonna jot that down as a note. Like, doing Cyno, Emilie, Toma, right? This would have to be without Zhongli then, for sure. But it's possible I can make it so Toma's shield is thin enough that against most enemies, the enemies might just break the shield, and then I might take enough self-damage with burning, right? To use Marsha Saves, because I have so much better, I have the better balance of ER in substats, right? I got 3 ER rolls and a crit damage circlet, and the set gives it whacked on a free crit rate, right? 2 ER there, so that's what 100, that's 127 ER, and then no ER and feathers, unfortunately. But I'd have 137 ER. That might be like kind of perfect. But yeah, anyway, so Blizzard Strayer, as far as like Martial says goes, sorry I'm getting distracted. Blizzard Strayer Ayaka is like it's similar amount of crit rate like Martial says get. So my experience using Martial says particularly on my main account, right, where I have a lot more Martial says hunters and I use it a lot more because of the Freena combo and whatever. I have noticed that like it's not insanely better than doing really highly invested builds in other ways. Like there's definitely been circumstances where I saw like other builds that had a lot of good substat value compete or basically be better in some ways than Martial is. But like potentially like more inconsistent. Like Martial Say gives you a lot of consistencies. Blizzard Strayer is the same. Give you that much free crit rate is really good. And it makes it so you can prioritize other stats in your artifacts too, right? Which is really good because it's giving you the value of the set is it's giving you some of the rarest stats for free, right? You don't have to farm for that much crit rate then. So it makes it easier to build your characters, but when you're actually comparing highly invested builds to highly invested builds, right? When you're talking about a Sino that's getting 90% crit rate on Thundering Fury, potentially, versus a Sino getting 100% crit rate on Martial Says, the Thundering Fury build with Sino should be better. But it depends on exactly what your stat distribution is as far as like Martial Says, because of course if you have good sets of like good art options for Martial Says, and this would be the same thing with Blizzard Strayer, where you have you have a lot of crit rate, you're getting to like towards 100% crit rate, and you have like 250, 300 crit damage, well, that's where it starts to be quite a bit better if you can use it, right? And Blizzard Strayer is the same exact way. So like Blizzard Strayer for a typical Freeze Ayaka will be meaningfully better. But at the same time, Blizzard Strayer has a downside of like, not getting the full crit rate against bosses, and you still might occasionally have to use Ayaka against a boss with a freeze build. So there's a lot of situational utility to have around 2-piece builds. There is reason to do shenanigans with Ayaka. Like I've seen Ayaka, Nahida, Farina, Bennett, from Binge, one of my like Genshin friends, and he really enjoys that doing like Melt Burgeon Ayaka, Nahida, Bennett, Farina Ayaka on Martial Say Hunters. And that's kind of like the best of both worlds, where like you can get big Ayaka number damage, and you can get some Burgeon damages, and you don't have to worry about like bosses being frozen or not. Like, that's what I would do with Ayaka if I ended up getting her for some reason. So yeah, anyways, there's compelling reasons to do two-piece builds, is to answer your question. It just depends on what your artifacts are, right? If you can get enough stats, and they're good enough two-piece combos that the character performs really well and really consistently, and like you don't have any trigger conditions for the 4-piece sets or whatever other baloney, it can be a very compelling option. And it's basically kind of the case with all characters. But especially when it comes to like comparing the value of Martial Says, it's like the higher investment your other artifacts are, the less relative increase you might notice from Martial Says. Is it? But it really depends on what exactly what Martial Say artifacts you have and what your other artifacts are. So, in a Razor Plunge team, Razor C6, Frina Shunyun, would R1 Serpent Spine or R1 Blackclip be better? Definitely Serpent Spine, especially without Martial Say Hunters. Even with Martial Say Hunters, it would just mean you deprioritize crit rate a bit more. I have like Noelle on a Mars. Like people will say, there's people who are like, you can't use a crit rate weapon when using Martial Say Hunters. No, it just means you prioritize different stats. Like stop having crit rate, crit damage brain in your head. Like if you have a crit rate weapon with Martial Say Hunters, yes, it can be easier to overcap crit rate. You don't want to get a ton of overcap crit rate. But one, it's not the end of the world to have like a little bit overcapped, like be 2-3% one roll or whatever. But like for my Noelle, it means I'm prioritizing crit damage, ER, and defense percent over crit rate, crit damage, right? And that's what people, I think, don't internalize most of the time with Marechaussee and crit rate weapons. Obviously, it can be very hard if you're doing like a Jade Cutter or Staff of Scarlet Sands on a Marechaussee, right? Because that gives so much free crit rate that it's, you know, you only need like 4 substats of crit rate, 5 substats, yeah, more like 5 substats of crit rate before you start overcapping. But again, even then, like, it's not that impossible to do. But yeah, and Serpent Spine gives much less crit rate, right, than something like this does. So I think if people are having an issue running a crit rate weapon on Marechaussees, ignoring context where in, like, you know, Cloran gives like 40% free crit rate in her base kit. So if you're running a crit rate weapon and her own inherent crit rate, obviously it's basically impossible to use Marechaussees in that case, without completely ignoring all crit rate. But, you know, you just deprioritize. Like, crit rate becomes the not priority substat, and that's all you really need to consider. Anyways, but yeah, Serpent Spine. Probably shouldn't get Icon Polearms, only just a thought though. Yeah, you're probably right. She wouldn't be that useful. Guess a Marechaussee build. What if you send Shungling instead of Toma? The problem is Sino getting interrupted is really annoying. Like, it affects, like for Sino to get his energy back, he needs to like hit his skills, and particularly with like Thundering Fury, I need to make sure I get the skills in between like the skills that you activate with his eye procs. So it takes like better play, and when you're dealing with enemies that are going to be whacking on you, if you don't have interruption resistance, it can be kind of impossible to like get that. And like that means like getting interrupted means not only like losing some damage from the time loss from getting interrupted, but more importantly, not getting his burst back potentially, and that could suck. With that said, if I have an ER, it wouldn't be a problem, but that, like, no interruption resistance Sino would probably mean needing more ER, right? That's I think the main issue potentially with it. But I will test it. It is a good idea, like, to try with Shungling instead of Toma. It's potentially the highest DPS option I can have with him. So it's Shungling instead of Toma, and then not Zhongli either. So, you know, like, I guess Yao Yao for a healer. I don't know. Plus energy for Emilie. Okay. Emilie weapon compared to Fav Lance. Is it really going to be 2 times better? I mean, probably. I don't know. You know, the problem is you got to factor in the Fav's relevancy that our teammates too. I don't think it's 2 times better. Like, her weapon is overtuned, but it's an issue of her not having... She does not have a weapon option that is not her signature weapon that fulfills the best of both worlds in bursting in having a bunch of DPS stats for her skill-based damage and passive damage, and having enough ER to burst consistently. Like, it's basically choose one path if you don't have a signature weapon, or signature weapon lets you do both. But again, those estimates that people have been giving, I think, are ignoring a lot of the situational factors of her burst potentially not being very good, or not being bad, to be clear, but not being as relevant to use as I think some people are making out to be. It's a useful burst in potentially a lot of situations, but it doesn't mean you always need to use it. And the character can be more than useful and output a meaningful amount of damage without her burst. And if you're not using her burst, then I guess the ER, like I don't think people are going to have a problem finding use from the character without her signature weapon, is my point. So I evaluate characters based on the baseline of not assuming they're using the weapon, and that's kind of it. And like I pretend it doesn't exist. That's it. So I don't know. The catch for Emilie could be usable if you don't want to use it on anyone else. It would definitely mean you're going towards the bursting every rotation playstyle, obviously. And you would see the most value, and you could see, particularly in AoE situations where you'd be getting more hits from the non-targeted hits of Emily's burst, the catch could be even better. But it depends on the situation a little bit, I think. I personally would probably run Fav over the catch most of the time. C2, R1, Farina, what main stats, ER would you suggest? I mean, if you're talking solo Hydro, like if you're talking a universal build that covers solo Hydro, 200-ish plus with Fav, which is, with Fav is quite doable with a HP time piece, but you're going to need a good chunk of ER substats. So you can do, I don't know, I run like a 260 ER build. I run a 260 ER build Farina most of the time, right? So like, you know, on Fav with my Farina. And yeah, with C2 most people would run an HP Goblet if you're trying to be optimal. But HP Goblet versus Hydro Goblet instead of HP Goblet, because Farina C2 is giving her a whole whack ton of HP that she doesn't really need an HP Goblet anymore. But realistically, just prioritize ER needs. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. Hydro versus HP Goblet is prioritize the one that, you know, helps you the most with ER, even with C2. Artifacts would be good for Emily. Yeah, I talked about that before, but basically her artifacts or Deepwood is my generic recommendation. Golden Troop. A good chunk of her damage comes from her passive, but the interesting thing with Golden Troop on her is that there are potential contexts like wherein her passive may not be triggering as often, but those are contexts where like you're not really utilizing Emily's full kit anyways, which they're not ideal. So there's theoretically non-ideal situations that if you already have like Golden Troop spare pieces, it might be worth throwing Golden Troop on her as just an option, right? So like, I don't know, I could actually probably test Golden Troop on her on polearms only, because I have a good chunk of spare Golden Troop pieces. Yeah, so, you know, but realistically, right, her two main options are the Burning set and 4-piece Deepwood. And as far as like comparing the two sets go, if you have no other Deepwood user on the team, they're basically the same. And that means since Deepwood, Gilded Dreams is probably a more valuable domain to farm, because Deepwood is a lot more relevant on many characters, and Gilded Dreams is a useful artifact set, it's probably more valuable to farm Deepwood and Gilded Dreams even at a baseline, but also a lot of people might have already farmed a lot of Deepwood. Depends on you, of course. And you might already, like on my main account, I don't have like I didn't have a 4-piece Deepwood. I only had 2 good pieces for Deepwood. But it makes a whole lot more sense if I'm starting from 2 good pieces that are really good with a flower and a feather, and then farm more Deepwood, get some Gilded Dreams pieces like I did earlier, get that pieces that might be relevant for Alhaitham, and then blam, you know, and hopefully I complete the set for Emilie, versus spending resin on 4-piece Whimsy, which is only really relevant for Arlecchino and Chlorand. So, you know, and if you have Arlecchino, that might be worth it. Then if you have Arlecchino plan to get Emilie, that might be a worthwhile domain to farm then. But again, like, you're only going to get the actual full value out of this set with Emilie if you're using someone else on Deepwood in the team. And it's just awful, because that means like every time if you use that set on Emilie, if you want to make the most out of it, either you're just like, I'm just not going to bother using Deepwood and thinking about it, or you have to be constantly being like, okay, who do I put on Deepwood? And the simple solution all the time is going to be like the obvious character to put on Deepwood is Emilie herself. And again, if you have nobody on Deepwood and just have Emilie on this artifact set that gives a bunch of damage bonus, it'll be fine. Like, she'll still deal meaningful damage. But like, it's not really worth farming unless you can get meaningful value out of Whimsy too, essentially. So that's kind of it. 200 plus with Fab. I run 175 and haven't encountered any problem, even in Gomming teams. Infamous for low energy generation. I recommend higher, like, people use Farina in Overworld too. Yes, you can get away with lower ER than 200. I think 200 plus is still nice, because you just always have her burst up, even if you like want to use it early, even if you need to cut a rotation early, right? Because like Farina can she can use her burst before the burst duration ends. She can do it again. There are times where I have felt it made sense to do that with like a new wave spawning. Okay, let's just go back to Farina, start her burst, like, and having some extra ER covers that situation, having extra ER covers overworld. It just makes her more comfortable to use. She always has her burst up, no matter what. Do not ever need to worry about it. Whereas if you run right on that line, it can be annoying sometimes, right? And particularly for different team configurations like you mentioned, but yeah, you can definitely run less than 200 ER, I should have mentioned that. You don't need that many ER substats, but I also still personally really like having excess ER on Farina. Her kit doesn't function without bursting constantly. So, you know. Use Emilie with another Dendro character. Another character on Deepwood like Kirara. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Kirara is not going to be very good on Deepwood unless... Wait. Do I have cat on this account? I do. Your C4... What does this count as? Damage dealt this way is counted as burst damage. I think it does work. Nice. Okay, so you'd probably need C4 Kirara, unfortunately, for Deepwood to not feel like garbage on her, right? Because it triggers after skill or burst hit opponents, and it can trigger off field, and her C4 can be a little bit of an additional damage every 8 seconds from off field, or 8 seconds, 4 seconds off field. So yeah, that's kind of it. Otherwise, she's only triggering it when she's on field, which in some teams might be fine if you can swap her constantly, or I guess if you're on fielding her, if you're doing DPS cat box things. So yes, again, that's the factor, right? If you're using Deepwood on someone else that's not Emilie, then her best artifacts, that is definitely the new artifacts. But again, like take the like Arlecchino context I mentioned before, where like you're just doing like the most simple team format is like a on-field pyro carry, and you Bennett because you're doing an on-field pyro carry. They probably like Bennett buff, and Bennett's a healer. That's nice. And then hey, you're doing a pyro carry. You know what's nice for that? Swirling pyro, and also doing an EM build on an anima unit, Sucrose or Kazuha, basically. Means you can actually use the anima unit to increase your burning damage to actually be relevant. And so, you know, you do an anima unit, and then your last slot is Emilie there. So if you're doing, you know, Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha's on VV, Arlecchino's on like Arlecchino build, or you know, whatever DPS build, whatever character you have, and you know, Bennett is on Noblesse or whatever, right? And you could technically put Bennett on Deepwood, but like like you could swap to Bennett every 8 seconds to make sure you press E to get the Deepwood buff going again. But like, or you could just put Deepwood on Emilie. So, and not have to worry about it, and not have to change your Bennett's build for the 8 trillionth time. Like with actual loadouts in the game, I'd be like, okay, it might actually be more worthwhile. Without loadouts in the game, man, it's just and no, the stupid quick equip thing is not a loadout system. We know anything about Emilie's constellations? Yeah, let me just go read through them, I guess. It's Constellation 1 increases damage dealt by fragrant extraction, and her passive talents clear dew cologne by 20%. So this is like a 10, like at a baseline is like a 10% DPS upgrade for her. That's her skill and her passive, which is, but not her burst. And her burst is variable value, so you know it's fine. The latter requires unlocking said passive talent first. And additionally, when nearby party members, so this is not Emilie, when nearby party members trigger the burning reaction on opponents or deal dendro damage to opponents, to burning opponents, they will generate an additional scent. This effect can be triggered once every 2.9 seconds. So that basically means that you can trigger her passive a lot more often with C1, specifically when you're doing double dendro. From the calcs I did, with double dendro, like if you're doing like Nahida, Emilie or something, right? You could potentially have that C1 be up to like a 30% DPS increase was my rough estimation, which is pretty big, but that's specifically double dendro. Without double dendro, it's more like 10%. It's like your standard constellation increase value. And again, like that can be a pretty big DPS increase, but again, only specific team archetypes like double dendro. And on top of that, You know, one thing that actually might be interesting is that could actually make her a bit better. Now that I think about it, it could make her a bit better for Burgeon, because that means other characters triggering burning, even if she's not the one triggering burning, or burning's not actively happening, it just gets triggered once by Nahid or whatever, can cause her passive to be triggered, and it might actually improve her application in Burgeon contexts. But don't pull it for that, I wouldn't say. It's mostly just meant to be a DPS increase with double Dendro, doing, you know, Nahida and Deepwood, Arlecchino, Bennett, Emilie, something like that, right? But then you're not doing like Kazuha in the team in that context, so that's a bad actually example, because like losing Kazuha is a big DPS loss for the team. I don't know, like she's an off-fielder. She's not usually made to be your unit doing the majority of the team's damage, right? So like a 30% upgrade for Arlecchino would be, in a lot of Arlecchino teams, is a 30% or close to a 30% DPS upgrade for the team. This is like potentially in some specific team context a 30% upgrade that might be like a 10% DPS increase for the team, maybe 15, maybe slightly more. Depends on how good your build is and what your other damage dealer's contribution for the team is. Like it's the same level of increase for an off-fielder is usually not the same relative increase for your hyper carry that's dealing 70-90% of the team's damage, right? That's all my point is. So it's, I don't know. It's a weird C1. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine with it. It's an interesting C1 at the very least, because like most C1s or whatever, most constellations are just like minor damage increase. This is a minor damage increase with a more interesting damage increase that makes you think about like doing different teams with her. That might be a bit more compelling. Like it gives you more reasons to do double Dendro, and I think that's kind of cool. And that's kind of all it is. C2 is free Deepwood, basically. When her skill or birth, I think it's in all of her abilities. All of her abilities do things, basically. Those opponents are hit. So that means that you have to have a hit first, technically, but you know, it's kind of whatever, it's fine. Yeah, Dendro res is decreased by 30% for 10 seconds, so basically free Deepwood forever with Emilie. C4 is, C4 extends her burst duration. Interval between, and also the interval between opponents being selected as the target for sent to do is decreased by 0.3 seconds. I did not do any math for C4, but C4 makes her burst probably disgusting, is my vote. It's basically her burst in her base kit. Let me just read the exact wording. So it'll cause blah 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 blah. It will cause Dendro damage, dealing to opponents within range. During this time, one drop of scented dew will descend every 0.3 seconds, and one opponent can become the target every 0.7 seconds. And it lasts 2.8 seconds. So what happens with her burst is that basically, because one drop descends every 0.3 seconds, but an opponent can only be targeted every 0.7 seconds, you'll have the first drop happens, targets an opponent, and then 0.3 seconds pass, another drop happens, but it doesn't target because it hasn't been 0.7 seconds. Another drop happens at 0.6 seconds later, hasn't been 0.7 seconds, so that doesn't target. And then 0.9 seconds later, another drop happens that hits an enemy. So basically, in her base kit, in her base C0 kit, pre-C4, her burst will target enemies with the hits 3 times, and then it'll have a total of 10 hits that'll drop down, but 7 of those 3 hits won't be targeted, right? They're just random. They just randomly drop within range, so there's variable AoE value. Her C4 increases the duration, so at a baseline that just goes from 2.8 seconds to 4.8 seconds, and then reducing the interval by 0.3 seconds, so that takes the interval from 0.7 to 0.4. That means every other drop targets. So instead of 3 targeted hits, so which means like a guarantee, if you're on a crown burst, that's about 1200% motion value. Instead of guaranteed 1200% motion value, what is this would be? This would be every 0.6 seconds one would hit. So all we have to do is 4.8 divided by 0.6 is I did that. No, that was not wrong. Oh, I did times 0.6. I was like, what the frick? 4.8 divided by 0.6 is 8. So 8 times. So, oh my god. So this guarantees her burst is doing 3,200 motion value versus 1,200.
Something you
So,
wish to report? You have my
with still potential for more damage on top of that with the random targets still. So C4 is a very significant burst damage increase, essentially. And then C6 is when you do her thing, she gains a special state. Oh yeah, this is you on-field her for a bit. She can do a couple of limited instances of a big hit of another multiplier of dendro damage. It's a not useless C6, but it's on-fielding bait for all the people that are like, you need C6 to on-field this character. No. If you want to know what you should do if you want to on-field this character, C6 your Bennett. There you go. I think it hits 16 total times with C4. Yeah, 16 times, but 8 of them are targeted. Yes. So like the total potential motion value would be like 6,400% if all of the hits hit, but only 8 of them are targeted. So I'm talking about like the guaranteed damage you would get for sure in all situations from a C0 Emilie or pre-C4 Emilie would be 1,200% motion value. With C4 it would be 3,200%. It makes her burst a lot stronger. Like C4 is the point where you should be prioritizing ER on her for sure. Basically. Yeah. So but the thing is, if you're getting C4, I'm just going to assume you probably got her weapon. You should probably get her weapon before getting her C4. And then you don't have to worry about ER, essentially. But yeah, that makes her burst like proper gross. I think the character starts to be disgusting as C4 is my guess. Like 5 second, like to be clear, that's a 5 second duration with a 13.5 second cooldown. I don't think I mentioned the cooldown. So like, like oh my god, like there's some shenanigans that could be had, right, with C4. I'm not going over. I want to emphasize that. Not that it's impossible for me to get. Like I don't know. I'll probably do the what does $300 video get you on her banner on my main account, but $300 is enough for one Emilie, and hopefully if I get lucky, I will be able to get her weapon, because I want her weapon to be able to do shenanigans with Shenhe or whatever other characters, right? But anywho's, yeah, we'll see what happens on my main account. I'd have to get extraordinarily lucky. It's not happening. Anywho's, any other questions about Emilie that I missed? Constellations. Yeah, C6 is bait. I think C6 like. So Jeff said it's one of the better C6s in the game. He probably did actually, I don't know. So Jeff usually doesn't do damage calculations for Constellations, I don't think. At least not the later ones. So he probably was just doing a vibe based on his understanding of it, which is basically what I was just doing. But his take was like, oh, as far as C6s go, it's probably one of the better ones, but also at the same time, like, no. It doesn't really do anything for her. It just like slight damage increase versus... Man, C4 can actually like make her output more dendro application. So, you know, probably pull Emilie's signature on her rerun. That weapon is way too good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you really like the character, as always, like I think the smartest decision if you want to do higher investment things, whether it be at Constellations or weapons, it's probably smart to get the character, use them for a while, see how much you like using them, and then get their higher investment things on a rerun. Of course, the only factor with Emilie's weapon. And gee, this is a weird coincidence. They make the weapon so strong when they're running it with another good weapon. They're running Aqua. Do I have Aqua here? I do not. They're running Aqua with it. So that's a better weapon banner probably than most weapon banners are. And yeah, it depends though. Like on my main account, I can tell you, that does not make the weapon banner better for me. I do not need more Aqua Simulacrus. It's useless for me. It's garbage. Like it depends on what you have in your account. It depends on the bow characters you're using. Depends on the other bows you have. Don't just be like, is Aqua is good. Weapon banner great. No. Weapon Bender is still RNG. It's still a cesspool, even when it has 2 good weapons. But if they fill it with fab weapons, and you don't have good DPS bows and have bow characters that could actually use Aqua, like you have something you could use it for, it could be a weapon banner that is worth the risk. That's all I'm saying. It's more likely. What's my best poles? Like pole arm characters? Probably Arlecchino. Just I mean, factory in everything. The quality of artifacts I have on her, and technically this artifact is better on her, by the way, but I want to keep this goblet on Hu Tao, because Arlecchino works more than well enough on this attack percent goblet. But yeah, with the quality of artifacts I have on her, she has a very, very, very good build. And then of course I have the Constellations, and she's also just very good at just doing things in general that are strong, because she's not as reliant on like Hu Tao is a character that's absolutely designed around vaporizing, right? A Hu Tao that doesn't trigger vaporizes consistently is a worse character, and I can't do that on poems only. So Arlecchino is a lot better than Hu Tao in this account. I think she's a better design character in general. I like her a lot more than Hu Tao, because Arlecchino, you can use her for vape, you can use her for basically anything you can imagine a pyro carry you could be used in. Arlecchino has the versatility and flexibility used in. Like, she is the most versatile on-fielder I think they have released in the game. Yeah, I like her for that. But yeah, she's probably my best built character, but is she the best character in the account? No, that would be Chevreuse. Sorry, Arlecchino. Chevreuse is better than you. She enables more good teams to be strong, so, you know. Arlecchino, obviously with Constellations, can be a team of her own in a sense, but, you know. Is Emilie's weapon good for others? I talked about it earlier. There's shenanigans you can do with it, but realistically, I think for most players, I wouldn't. You wouldn't really want to consider using Emilie's weapon on other characters. It can be an okay stat stick. It has 608 base attack, 33.1% crit rate, and then gives 15% attack at a baseline. But everything else for the energy refunding and damage bonus requires triggering the burning reaction, which means only Dendro units or Pyro units can trigger it. Notably, there is, you know, and so first of all, Yao can use it. so if you're heck bent on doing, you know, I don't know, Yao, Emilie, Farina, and maybe like Electro, like you could do like Raiden, Yao, like DPS Yao, Raiden to trigger spread, but not too much Electro to like screw with the burning happening. Emilie, Raiden, Yao with DPS Yao, and then Farina for damage bonus, go burr, and Hydro for like yay. Blam. There you go. It's probably a compelling option for her, but you have to like do burning things still, right? And chances are there's a very good chance if you're doing burning things, maybe you just do Emilie instead with Emily's weapon. But I certainly would do it. It's fun. Someone will have to remind me maybe to try that if I get the weapon on polearms only, especially. I'm not going to do DP. My Yayo's not built for DPS on my main account. She's only level 70. I'm not level 90 her. Yeah, you can still do. Yeah. Oh, you can also just do Staff of Scarlet Sands for other characters. Like, there's good enough other 5-star weapons. It's like it's not a good enough generic weapon compared to like Homa or whatever for like, and like the value of Staff of Scarlet Sands for whatever, in my opinion. And then I plan to do shenanigans with like Shenhe with it though, or even with Virgin Arlecchino. It could be an interesting weapon that may be better than like her signature. If you can consistently trigger the passive. So, I don't know. It's interesting. It's an interesting weapon because of its passive, and I think it might be Shenhe's best weapon hybrid-wise. If I can consistently get the energy refunding, I intend to test that if I end up getting the weapon, but I'm not guaranteed to get the weapon on my main account either. So, you know, we'll see. It's my point is it's niche. Like, it technically has uses, but it's very niche uses. So unless you really like the idea of hybrid Shenhe, I wouldn't concern yourself that much. And also hybrid Shenhe can work with Staff of Scarlet Sands on an EM build, some amount of EM and attack percent, and doing I'm having a stroke. But it kind of wants C1 Shenhe. That's the upside. Like, I think her weapon could enable hybrid Shenhe without C1 Shenhe, which would be cool. We'll see. And that's part of why I might risk going for it, because it might just be future Shenhe weapon for me. Also, probably it looks really good with Shenhe. So, anywho's. Xiangling and an Emilie team goes crazy with that weapon. That's true. Yes, I forgot about Xiangling. Yeah, so, you know, pyro units can trigger it, but it's not a safe assumption to assume that they're always triggering it. You probably oftentimes need extra Dendra application to ensure that your pyro units are the one triggering it, triggering burning, rather than your Dendra unit being the one that's constantly triggering. Because if you have too little Dendra application and more pyro, then the Dendra unit is going to be the one triggering. So like if you're doing Emilie, like just doing Emilie solo Dendro, for example, Emilie is going to be the main one triggering the burning reaction most of the time, not your pyro unit. But if you have, you know, Nahida instead of Emilie, Nahida does a lot more Dendro, it's a lot more likely you should be triggering with some pyro damage on a polearm, the passive, right? With your pyro damage unit, even including if C6 Bennett is giving your polearm unit pyro damage like with Shenhe. So sounds to me like you need another copy of Staff of Scarlet Sands. I mean, kind of, yeah, but unironically, I think it would be easier to build hybrid Shenhe with this weapon, assuming it works like I'm hoping it would work, and I think it would. Like doing C6 Bennett, hybrid Shenhe, the C0 Shenhe, C6 Bennett, Farina, and Nahida, I think it would work. But it's pretty niche. Don't pull it for that, I don't think. And it might not work. It might not work as well as I'm hoping. It just might not line up, and you gotta be able to trigger the passive relatively consistently, get the damage bonus at least. Or not just the damage bonus, you have to trigger it, I think, twice. So you have to get the full damage bonus to get the energy refund, which is the most important part with hybrid Shenhe, because she has pretty significant ER needs. So, anywho's. Drip goes crazy, so I still low-key want it. Yeah, that's true. I don't blame you, Sylveon, especially since you're tending to C6 Shenhe anyways. Alright, any other questions? So yeah, her weapon's good. It's a bit overtuned for her. It's also more fun with other characters than her. But it's also, yeah, like, if you get it, it'll be very good on her. I would probably not wish on the banner, on the weapon banner, unless, you know, you can get use out of Aqua, and unless you can get use out of its weapon, or her weapon on her. So, like, you know, like, this weapon banner is only really worthwhile in the situation if you get Emilie anyways. You know, you win a 50-50 if you can use Aqua on, you know, I don't know, Tignari or something. I don't think Aqua's very good for Yelan, by the way, in a lot of contexts, unless you have C1 Yelan. So, yeah, I don't know. Anywho's. Aqua for DPSR, true. Okay, I like how I've done literally nothing in the game. I'm so bad at, when I need to talk about something specific, I'm so bad at doing actual gameplay. I wish I could talk about this stuff and, like, do exploration, but my brain just can't. Oh well. Scarlet Sands is the only 5-star weapon that seems cool enough to be worth playing for. Oh yeah, I agree. It's the only weapon that I've, like, felt like actually enabled something unique that was worthwhile. But and it's just particularly due to the conjunctions of how Raiden's kit works so specifically with it. That it ends up being amazing. But yeah, it's almost like if Raiden was a better character to baseline, even Staff of Scarlet Sands wouldn't be that relevant. But I don't know. Staff of Scarlet Sands is still just such a good generic stat stick weapon too for enough characters that it's still a lot more worthwhile, I feel like, than most other weapons. But yeah, it's very rare that weapons enable anything new. And all I'm really saying is Emilie's weapon theoretically kind of does, but it's far more niche than, and probably far less relevant than Hybrid Raiden, because, you know, as fun as Hybrid Shenhe seems, I think less people would care about Hybrid Shenhe than Hybrid Raiden, right? Hello, Jane Doe. You have the most unique name I've ever seen. I'm gonna scroll back, see any questions I missed that are relevant. No, I think I actually didn't miss that many. Scrolling back pretty far here. Okay. I guess I'll just wait for new questions. You tried hybrid Chevy with sauce? What does that even mean? What are you thinking? What are you thinking with hybrid? Because like hybrid means like you have to be triggering like because like hybrid Shenhe is like you're using Shenhe to do. The idea is hopefully good pyro damage. With like her infused normal attacks and charge attacks, and melt damage, some combination of the two, right? And she's still buffing a cryo unit on the team potentially, which is part of the downside actually of doing hybrid Shenhe with Emilie's weapon, because it kind of pigeonholes you into not necessarily doing a second cryo unit. But yeah, if you're talking like melt vape, it's probably just a good DPS weapon option for her. Assuming you're using her like C4 in a context where you can consistently vape on her high multiplier hit here, right? But yeah, you can do. Obviously, you won't get this passive if you're doing vape or melt things. Yeah, I don't think I've tried it actually. I've tried DPS Chevy, but I didn't try it with Staff of Scarlet Sands, if I recall. I'm pretty sure I had really good. Like it's not going to be that different from using other like Homa, Jade Spear, whatever. It potentially could be better with the right build, right, and get you a bigger number. But not like crazily better than just doing kind of attack timepiece on Homa, Jade Spear, whatever, right, is my guess. If I get C0 Shivers, is she good? Oh, yes. I mean, Shivers, how good Shivers is going to be dependent on what kind of, like, Electro Pyro carries teams you want to use with her, realistically. Less than how good she herself is. She does a meaningful amount of buffing in her C0 kit, and she takes very little investment to get to deal buffing. So, her ult does enough to not need a second cryo unit, as long as you manage her energy needs. That's true. That's part of why I like the idea of Emilie's weapon on her, and making the team more specifically around Shenhe's damage. I do like the idea of it, and not having a second cryo unit means you're not going to eat the second cryo unit's not going to eat melts that Shenhe's burst could have gotten. But you know, the advantage of putting a second cryo is you might still increase the team's DPS in some ways better, like by putting, I don't know, freaking Rosaria or Kaya or something, right? In the team that can get their own melts, and then you're getting more advantage from Shenhe's buff that isn't just buffing Shenhe. I don't know. Anywho's. Gotta get C2 for the 6 seconds of extra ult time. True. Maybe. We'll see. Anyways, alright. Any last minute questions? I think it's ready to wind down the stream. I might stream. Well, actually, okay. Never mind. I was gonna say I might stream ZZZ on Twitch this week. On Twitch, just because like it's more of a vibe game for me right now. Wherein like I just I just get in like the mental like zone of just having the game, playing in the combat, and vibing to things happening in combat, and not talking. Like, I don't have that much to talk about than kind of what I already talked about here. And I want to make a video about it this week. So maybe I won't stream because I might be focused on making the video and whatever. But anywho's. Any 4 stars? Also, I should probably make an account fixing video next week, which means I need to talk to someone. Oh, frick. I gotta add that as a reminder. Reach out for account fixing. Any 4 stars you're looking for besides Kave? I mean, Shiver's Constellations. I don't think I have any 4 stars on my main account that I particularly care about constellation-wise. Toma, I think, is the only one I care about. It's on, he was on, I think, Yeah, he was on the previous banner. Toma's the only one I really care about constellation-wise on this account. If Rosaria ended up running on Emily's banner, I'd be fine with that. But yeah, it's mostly just Chevreuse, I think, and Chevreuse getting C6 on my main account would be cool, right? And then Polearms only would just be Toma and Raiden, or Toma and Raiden, Toma and Rosaria. And yeah, Kaveh I would like, but yeah, if they rerun Kaveh on Nilu's banner, I'm gonna be very disappointed because like he doesn't really synergize with Nilou that well because Nilou overrides anything that Kaveh does essentially. The only value is he has a little bit of like his self-healing stuff, right? So he's not like the worst, but he's not that good. I don't like him in Nilou teams. I have other Nilou teams I enjoyed much more than Kaveh, and I have enjoyed. And you're not really utilizing Kaveh's kit other than he does Dendro application basically. He doesn't buff the bloom damage at all because he's not the one triggering them. So if they run Kaveh on Nilu's banner, I'm gonna be mad. So you know what my perfect Emilie banner looks like? Rosaria. Rosaria is on this banner. Never mind. Rosaria is not getting reran. I forgot. So no polearms for me, I guess. Chevreuse, Kaveh, and who's a synergistic unit? You know what? Bennett. There you go. You should rerun Bennett with Emilie. That way, people can maybe be enlightened to the idea of C6 Bennett on field Emilie instead of being baited by thinking constellations are required to on-field characters. Build pity. I already tried, like, man, C4 Rosario would be quite nice. I wish to acknowledge that. I already wished, like, I think 20 wishes-ish. Yeah. Right. I got 4 stars? 3 4 stars? Yeah. Trying to get C2 Toma for the duration increase. Like, it would have been really nice to get C2 Toma. especially with Sino, like, increasing this to 18 seconds uptime would be really nice. And, like, yeah, having the energy refund would be really nice, but it's not worth the risk at this point, unfortunately. Like, getting an early 5 stars, if it's a 50-50 win, would mean, you know, potentially another 20 hours of grinding for 20 more wishes or something. No. I can't risk it. I would really like to get more Toma constellations and whatever, but the game decided to hate me. I don't know. Oh well. We'll see how much not having C2 Toma affects me, because Toma's going to become even... Toma's actually one of the ones that benefits the most, I think, from Emilie on polearms only, at least. We had Bennett, Chungling, and Toma recently. Oh, okay. Maybe not Bennett then. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know who else. Kaveh needs a rerun. Charlotte, I guess. Charlotte hasn't rerun in 5 years. Not that there's like that much synergy there, but I don't know. Right? Rerun Charlotte. She needs a rerun. It's not good. Just Chevreuse is going to carry that banner. That's the case. I don't know. Right, there's plenty of forces I'm sure that need a rerun. But yeah, Kaveh and Chevreuse, in my opinion, should be Mihoyo's priority. Building pity is a very real risk, but it's also how you can get the 4 stars you want. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, I have quote-unquote built pity, but it's not... I haven't been wishing to build pity, it's been wishing for 4 stars, right? Yeah, I've done that all the time. It's just, how much are you willing to risk? And in this case, with a very relevant 5-star coming up, and deciding to risk would mean risking my ability to, say, get a very relevant weapon for her, or whatever. Like right now, I think... Right, I have 20 wishes for poems only, right? I have 94 summons here, so that's 125 pity. And then there's another 6 wishes there, so like I have 130, right? With the wishes before the second half of next patch, I should have enough to guarantee Emilie, right? That's good, but also I'd like to get right. That's why, like, I'm at that amount where, like, losing my pity of 20 here would be really annoying. I at least want to make sure I can get Emilie right away when she runs, right? And then I will, if I win the 50-50, awesome. I will probably throw some extra wishes in the weapon banner, because the weapon is probably good enough to risk for, right? And And if I lose a 50-50, I should still be able to get her without having to farm anything, and then I can try to do farming streams for the chance at her weapon on this account is my current game plan. By the way, anyone see the KFC wings that they announced? There's no information on when or how they are coming to global. Usually they release them in global somehow, but like hopefully through not cringe acquisition schemes like the stupid Amazon wings. But like, man, need those red wings. Need them. I need them. Anywho's, Mahoyo, just let me buy them for like $20, please. Do not make me do Amazon bullcrap. I refuse. I really like Charlotte. Yeah, I do too. Probably because she wasn't mean. You got her C6 while pulling for Farina. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I like Charlotte. I intend to do her right by DPSing her when Shinha comes back. But when will that ever happen? Jesus, I don't know. Last time they did an event for wings, it was just a store purchase, which was very reasonable. Yeah, they did the I don't think you can buy them anymore, right? It was a limited time thing. Yeah, no, you can't. I don't think. So I'm blind. Yeah, no, I think it showed up somewhere in here. But yeah, there was the concert wings, which I have them on my main account because I went to the concert, which is cool. But yeah, I hope they do that for the KFC wings. For the love of everything, just let me get them without paying Amazon money, because frick that. Shenhe 5.0 surely. Well, the problem is there's like 2 new 5-stars running, and they usually like to run an Archon in 0.0 patches. So like, there's one slot Shenhe might rerun, and I also feel like they're probably gonna rerun Shenhe the same patch as Risley. Like, I'm not optimistic she's coming at 5.1 or 5.0. She might come at 5.1. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, last call for questions. Because I need to go to the bathroom. I got distracted by ZZZ this morning and just like, I did Soldier 11 story quest, which was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And I forgot to eat my granola bar, so I'm also hungry. So I haven't had any breakfast. I've only had water since I woke up at like 10 a.m. So, no wait, I woke up at 9 a.m. today, actually, I forgot. I woke up early. It was a rare moment of waking up early for no reason at all. So I'd like to go eat. You have until I count to 10, no, to 0 from 10 to ask me an Emilie question. 10, 9, 6, what? What? Brain. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I think that's goodbye. No questions here. Alright. Feel free to join the Discord if you have any questions about Emilie. I can try to answer them. I do think I have... I'd like to think I have enough knowledge that I have a relatively level-headed thought process for her and can answer questions. But bye-bye. ZZZ. I'm not going to sleep, but I might do other things.